after you've had a few. Yeah, that's this show.
Riding in my car, and I'm listening to the radio.
It's time for Dukes and Bell.
Oh, someone told me it's the Black Beverly Hills. Is that true?
Driving in Atlanta just got a whole lot more bearable.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Hi, everybody. Carl Dukes and Mike Bell. The names that mean goodness.
Say my name, you know who I am.
Carl Dukes.
I drink and I know things.
Oh, don't question my authority thing.
King Kong ain't got on me.
Sometimes you just got to call somebody, and I'm not ashamed to say it. You know,
And Mike Bell.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you.
Hope you guess my name.
Bring a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes until somebody passes out. And then bring one every 10 minutes, right?
Get ready for the best 5 hours of your life.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell.
Brought to you by Finley Roofing. We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer.
why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done, other radio shows around the country?
No.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Atlanta, it's Friday. It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man, hope you're having a great day. Mike Bell, I'm ready for some football. I'm ready for the weekend because the Falcons get the Packers 1 o'clock Sunday. A lot of people are jumping on the Falcons, which we talked about yesterday. Some of the injuries, and we're trying to keep an update on what's going on there. But it's Friday.
Yeah.
There is a lot going on in our city. All right. We got Music Midtown. We know a lot of people coming into town for that. There's just so much happening over the weekend. Our Braves are back in action as well. And coming up, a very special guest at 2:40 from our Atlanta Braves. Make sure you are here on Dukes and Bell. Also today, Double A stopped by the steakhouse, and we're going to replay that for you a little bit later on. But, Mike, here's the deal. What do we need to do come Sunday to get this dub? Because if we start 2-0, guys, all right, and we don't want to get into all of the statistics and the metrics of what it means to start 2-0, but I will simply say this. Our chances of getting to the playoffs improve dramatically.
They do, and you know it. Carl laid it out. It's official. It's out there in the record books. You can go look at it if you're a numbers guy. If they don't get Aaron Jones out there, if they don't get their key running back, I think you go back and you look at some of the things that they want to do with the football. And I just think, man, they're banged up a little bit at wide receiver. You already talked about it. I know you don't think you're going to see Watson out there. You think they were this close to maybe putting him on that short-term IR. But I'm with you, brother. If you can find a way to get a dub, I don't care about style points. And we spent a lot of time this week on how much Ritter threw for, and we all want to see our stars get involved. But yeah, just Carl, get that W, man. And if Aaron Jones can't go or isn't 100%, that's huge.
All right, let me ask you flat out. The expectations for Desmond Ritter, where are you at? What is the expectation going into week 2? Because, again, last week we said we'll take the win. We just needed to start 1-0. We didn't care how they got it done, and it was pedestrian numbers. The facts are the facts. He says he doesn't care about numbers, and I love that from our quarterback. But is there an expectation going into week 2?
Look, if they can't protect him, then he's going to give you another one of those sub-200-yard efforts. If they can't give him a pocket, you don't get the playmakers down the field. Now, unless Arthur's going to move him around a little bit. And I don't see, that's another thing we didn't really get into. We can talk about that next week if they do it. But will they move him around in the pocket if they're expecting some heat, especially on the right side? Otherwise, the ball's got to be out quicker. Now, he did have some guys that were open. The ball didn't come out quick enough because I think he was a little overwhelmed by what they were doing in the pass rush. Carl, they got to protect him. Otherwise, he's going to be game manager stats. Look, we'll talk about what the Eagles did last night. There was some strange things happening in that game, but yeah. I'm more concerned about Ritter. And yes, but if you don't get the ball out quick, they can't protect. It's going to be more of the same.
404-726-0929. Your expectations as we head into Sunday, guys, for our quarterback, Desmond Ritter. Listen, the defense played better. I think you feel better about the defense overall. If they give that kind of performance, not only will we be in this game, but I think we'll win on Sunday if you're holding the Packers to 10 points. But Bijan Robinson being involved in the offense in multiple ways, and he did not disappoint, scoring his first career touchdown. Mike, are we going to see more of that? It was 16 overall touches last week.
Yeah, I think that's about right. Now, how you want to, it'll be 10 this way, 6 the other, or 8 and 8, whatever. I mean, who cares? But yeah, he's got to get the ball. I want the ball in his hands just around 20 times, if possible. And don't forget, CP's back to go. According to Patterson will be in the mix. But I just think Algier and Bijan's all you need. And just a matter of the coach figuring out how to maximize it.
All right, we got plenty to talk about, a lot to get to today. Gonzalo Pineda is going to stop by in less than 10 minutes. Mike mentioned this to me when we came in today, and we just were with Arthur Blank. And you guys didn't hear this, but behind the scenes, I asked Arthur, I said, you want to own everything? And he laughed because he's so involved in so many different things. But Arthur Blank has given $50 million out of his pocket to bring U.S. Soccer headquarters and training facility to Atlanta. We have the busiest airport in the world. It signifies a role that the city now plays when you talk about soccer, not only here, but internationally, Mike.
Right. So the U.S. Soccer Federation, now where it's going to be built, don't know. But Arthur Blank throwing the seed money down to make this happen. And, we've talked about the effect. Then again, I know we've kind of been all over the place with our Atlanta United the last few seasons, but when we first came on, we kind of really redrew the map of soccer in North America and how you build a team and how you make it work and how you get the fans engaged. And I think it's great for Atlanta. And maybe it even sets up that the home team plays a few more games here when the World Cup gets here.
I agree. And here's the thing for our city, right? I mean, if you're not a soccer person, and there are folks who have not embraced it or said, I'm not interested, or, hey, I haven't been to a match, that's fine. But understand, it helps build the landscape of sports in our city to continue to be one of the cities that's a go-to, guys. And that's the thing. This is why Mike and I have said we want the NHL. If there's a chance to get the NHL here, we want it. I don't know how it's going to look. I don't know if it's going to be in Forsyth County. I don't know if it's going to be downtown. Wherever it's going to happen, we would love to have it because it increases, the sports landscape of our city. That's all we care about. And I think this is great for us. Most people, Mike, probably won't even know once this thing is here and how it operates. It may not ever go down there. But the fact that we will be the headquarters of U.S. Soccer is a big deal.
Right, and it's just another sort of jewel in the sports crown, if you will, for Atlanta. And it does mean that some of the greatest players that obviously play for the U.S. men's national team that were in the World Cup last year will be here, and that gives us more access to those guys from our standpoint. But yeah, why not? And if you go back, I know for the old school Atlanta soccer fans going all the way back to the days of the Chiefs, there's a great history here with soccer, and it's where it's at. And it's what Arthur Blank has done, as you said. Maybe it doesn't translate to all the fans who aren't hardcore soccer, but the way they decided to build Mercedes-Benz, because you can have the World Cup in here.
Yeah,
exactly. It's huge, and it's great for the city because the impact goes without saying when that does occur in a couple more years.
All right, plenty to get to. Along the way, we will hear from Mike Wall. We had a great conversation with him yesterday, former offensive lineman for the Packers. We kind of go behind enemy lines on Thursdays, and he said some very interesting things about the Packers and where they're at. Even though they look really good against the Bears, there is no guarantee that they're going to come out and play that well against us, and I don't think they will, Mike. I think we'll have something to say about that. We've got to get our picks in today as well. Also today, a little bit later on in the show, you will hear from Caden Ellis. How much of a bigger responsibility does he have with Anderson out now?
Yeah, Nate Landman will be in because it was weird today. We saw because he was out there in a helmet, I think most people thought, okay, it sounds like Troy Anderson's good to go. And so he was out there, and then they said, nope, he's still back did not pass whatever kind of tests and baseline stuff they do. As you guys know, there's a bunch of tests with the concussion protocol. So he was in, he was out, he's out. So Landman will be the next man up, and we'll see how Caden Ellis, and we spoke with him on Wednesday. You'll hear that. How does he do his thing? How does it change the approach of what Coach Nielsen wants to do with the defense?
All right, got to give a big shout out. I hope he's back in the truck. Mike, I'm in the elevator coming up. Brother named Fred. Brother.
What's up, Fred?
Fred is from originally East Atlanta. He lives down south. Okay, I think Jonesboro is where he told me.
Right.
But he's in the elevator, and I get on the elevator, and he's like, Dukes, man, I listen to you a Bell every day. I'm like, oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. He said his dad turned him on to us.
Nice.
And he listens to 92.9 The Game. But here's the thing, Mike. Fred's having a tough day. Fred, I get in the elevator, and Fred, I said, hey, how's your day going? And he's like, man, I almost quit today.
Oof.
I said, what happened? He said, 4 years, man. 4 years. He's a delivery guy.
Oh, man.
He's having a tough day.
Don't push Fred because he's close to the edge.
Yeah, don't do it. Okay. So, Fred, man, we love you, bro. Appreciate you listening. He took a photo of Mike. He wanted to give you a big shout out. Okay. He listens to the show, and he was just excited to run into us. And I was like, man, don't quit the job. He's like, 4 years. And I'm close to quitting today. You've been there. You've been there.
We've all been there.
Yeah, well, you're ready to walk out. You just had enough. So I said,
you had to talk me off the ledge a few times in a row, boss.
Yeah, I'm out of here. I'm like, so Fred, man, don't quit. All right. And we love the fact that you listen to 92.9 The Game every day. So I just had to give him a shout out, and to your dad as well. Thanks for listening. They are from Atlanta, born and raised. And I just, I want to try to cheer him up, man.
Hang in there, Fred.
Yeah, he was like, I've had enough. I was like, you got a few hours, bro. You're going to be off here in a few hours, okay?
So no, it hadn't been you. Perhaps the next guy that got in the elevator, he would have said the same thing. I don't know, but we appreciate you, Fred. Thanks to your dad for making you a listener.
Oh, yeah. It was good stuff today, man. Hey, as we move along today, we will talk about our Braves. They head to Miami. Look, the job's not done. We clinched, right? I get it. But, Mike, some of these milestones that these guys are chasing, and we still would love to have the best overall record, right? You just didn't come this far to just go, all right, now we stop. So we'll get into that coming up as well as we'll talk about our Braves. Hey, the Man Cave store has everything you need. It's football season, guys. Custom pool tables, theater seats, shuffleboard, whatever you're looking for, visit mancavestore.com. When we come back, we'll visit with the manager of Atlanta United, Gonzalo Pineda, and we'll get his thoughts on Messi coming to town next.
Dukes and Bell. Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. We're going to spend some time with Gonzalo Pineda coming up here in just a sec. Also, a very special guest coming up in 10 minutes now, here on the show as we talk about our Braves. Gonzalo, it's good to have you back on the show. You know, it's been a while. It feels like, you know, the breaks that we've had and it just, you know, I don't know how to explain it. I know you guys have been putting the work in, but from a fan's perspective, it's like, hey, we want more matches. You know, we want to see you guys more often, and we get a chance to do that with Miami coming into town. I talk about what the message has been this time around facing them, considering the last time we went down there and faced them. It felt like we were a little bit overwhelmed.
Yeah, well, thank you. I think it's been a while since we played them. Probably they're not the same as well because they have signed a few more players other than Messi and Busquets. Jordi Alba wasn't there. A few of the other kids that they just signed. We are not the same as well. Like you've seen the impact of the new signing. So I think it's going to be a different game, especially being at home in front of 75,000 fans. I think that's going to be also impactful on our side and it's going to be in our favor. So the message has been we have to play at a very, very high standard, full concentration, trying to be us. And I know there's a lot of buzz and a lot of, you know, little stories about Tata, Joseph, Messi, all these things, Inter Miami form in the season. We have to turn that to be about us and about playing Atlanta way, playing offensively, playing aggressive, being in the front foot and playing our style. So we have to do that by being at the front foot since the very beginning and full concentration for 90-plus minutes.
Right. I mean, it's just human nature, right, Gonzalo? I mean, it'd be like you getting in a time machine and playing against Pele or Maradona, right? I mean, it's hard not to get guys to go, wow, and get caught watching.
Well, yeah. I mean, I had the pleasure to face very good players as a footballer. I mean, I faced Messi in a few times, the World Cup and all that, and it's special, of course. But at the same time, I was telling the players, I mean, the biggest recognition is do well against them. Is do well against those type of opponents, mark him well, be tight, make it difficult for him. I think that's the most important part. Of course, having a picture after and all that, that's okay. I have no issues with that, but once we're on the field, once the whistle blows, it's about us versus them, and that's the biggest accomplishment is playing at a good standard against those type of players.
Gonzalo, the goal obviously is still playoffs. It's still within reach. Everything that we want to do as far as our goals. What are you saying to the guys about that? As far as, at one point this season, and we've had you on numerous times, we didn't know if this team was going to be able to turn the corner, and it feels like they have.
Well, yeah, I mean, we are very confident on the performance of the team. Of course, little moments of distractions. Again, the last couple games, we had the advantage against Cincinnati, and then we let it go. So, but we're talking about probably one of the best teams in the league so far, like Cincinnati. And then away from Dallas, the same. We were winning, and then immediately after, we conceded a goal. I think we just need those type of performances we have had in some other moments where we are totally concentrated and we can be clinical in the attacking end, but then being very, very active in the defending side and clean sheets. I always talk about clean sheets, and clean sheets give us points. And tomorrow it has to be that clean sheet mentality against a very good attacking team.
We last time we spoke to you were in the middle of that run. You beat Seattle on the West Coast, beat Nashville, and you had Cincinnati on the ropes. Was that? I know you had the draw in Dallas as well, but was that just Cincinnati's just a team which is just so put together right now, or are those the same defensive things you got to worry about creeping back in?
Yeah, well, again, we're very happy. I would say that since Cruz Azul game, the performance of the team was way, way better. Then, of course, the last 3 games were very encouraging. In general, we were looking very good. I think especially that game against Seattle, the game against Nashville. I think we had a very good phase then. Again, for 60, 70 minutes, we were very good against Cincinnati. And then Dallas, I think, was an okay game. We had a couple distractions, but we like the performance of the team. And we think like if we are consistent with that and we continue with that form, we have chances to be in the top four. That's the goal. So hopefully this is just another step on that path.
Gonzalo Pineda, manager of Atlanta United, joining us here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Guys, you'll be able to listen to the match right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game as Miami comes to town. Gonzalo, are you friends with Tata Martino? How would you explain your relationship with him?
Well, I couldn't say friends. I admire him as a coach. I think he's one of the top coaches in the world. He has coached different teams in World Cups, two top national teams. He coached Barcelona. He had a lot of success in different teams, trophies. So he's a very experienced manager, one that I admire. And I get to know him one time when he was with the national team here in Atlanta a few years ago, and I was able to have a nice, couple hours of talking and conversation with him. It was pretty good, pretty open, and pretty nice with me. So, but other than that, we are not as close as I would like, maybe.
Right. More coming up, guys, on the Falcons right now. We're talking with Gonzalo Pineda, manager of the Five Stripes, as it's going to be a huge, unbelievable atmosphere as Lionel Messi and Inter Miami comes to town Saturday afternoon. By the way, Gonzalo, everybody's back. Are we going to see guys like Almada start or some guys coming off the bench because they had all the travel with the international break?
No, all the internationals traveled back were okay. The only one ruled out is Ossie Alonso with his injury. The rest are available and ready to go. It's just the lineup choices that I have to make, but other than that, they're ready to go.
Well, we're excited about it, and our coverage, by the way, begins at 4:30. Kicks at 5. Mike Conti, Jason Longshore with the call. Gonzalo, we always appreciate you stopping by. Good luck. Let's have some fun, and I know it's going to be a big crowd there cheering you guys on.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And, all the fans, I hope they can enjoy a very good game, and hopefully they can see our team to earn the 3 points.
Right on.
Good stuff. Gonzalo Pineda, good luck. And again, guys, Atlanta United, when you talk about the standings, right, we talk about the top 6 getting in, Mike, they're right there. You're talking about Cincinnati, Revolution, Orlando, Philly, Columbus, and then we're there.
Right. I mean, just a couple of wins now. Some guys do have a game in hand, as Garth Lagerwey reminded us on Wednesday, but the worm seems to have turned with the new dudes that we added. It seemed like we added the right guys and they're being used the right way. Cincinnati, I was at that match a few weeks back. They're just really good. And unfortunately, because of the international breaks, it seems like just as we turn the corner, we had to wait a while.
Yeah.
So now we're back in action, and I can't wait. It's going to be electric, and I got ticks. I'm really stoked for this one. Again, everyone's waiting with bated breath. Is Messi going to play? Is he going to come off the bench? I think a lot of folks in Atlanta are betting on the come with those tickets they bought, Carl, that Messi is going to be out there. Because I didn't buy those tickets just to see Messi come out and go, hello, Atlanta, and then put the windbreaker back on and sit down.
Well, they're saying they're going to be careful, right, with him. And I'm like, well, what does that mean? So, again.
Maybe off the bench?
Yeah, I don't know, Mike.
I mean, I've never seen the dude in person. Not going to miss the opportunity because I can say I saw him.
Sure.
I mean, my dad had Cosmos tickets one weekend. I didn't know what Pele was. I didn't know what I was watching when I was 8 or 9 years old. I didn't know how important it was. But this is one I didn't want to miss. And then for what it's worth, Felipe Cardenas from Athletic had a story where Tata's like, look, I coached at Atlanta United. I never had a problem with the surface at Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah.
And because there's so much was made of that, especially in light of the Aaron Rodgers injury up in New York.
Yeah, I don't think Tata I didn't think he would say anything different, especially with the success we had. That's just simply making excuses now that he would be with a different team. But we'll see. And again, coverage begins at 4:30 here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. A lot more to get to, guys. Headlines brought to you by ATL Live Well. Low testosterone doesn't have to keep you down. Call ATL Live Well. We are going to be joined by a special Braves guest. And also, coming up, we will talk about what happened last night. Mike, more people making a big deal. And maybe it was. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't. We'll see. What happened on the sidelines between Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown when they're fussing at each other? Brown had his helmet on. Obviously, Jalen did not. So you're seeing him react in his facial expressions. Today, he says, Everybody wants to make plays. He says it was not a big deal. AJ's just wanting to make plays. Maybe it's just that.
Well, that was, by the way, that was a strange game. I mean, it was like fumble, turnover. It was like there was no rhythm to it in the first half, and it looked like at one point Minnesota's dead in the water. And then Cousins, they've done this before, man, huge comeback. But I will say this in A.J. Brown's defense, and we know that wide receivers, they can tend to be the most diva-ish on the squad. He was wide open on a couple of plays, and for whatever reason, Jalen Hurts never saw him. And so he comes back and said, look, man, I mean, I've got my own area code out here. And there were some big throws. It just was the other dudes. But, man, and the touchback thing, I don't know how much you got to see of it, but the touchback with Jefferson, a lot of people are saying that's a rule that maybe the NFL needs to revisit. Maybe
needs to go away.
Ball goes back to the 20 or something, but you retain possession. And it's never made a lot of sense to me. I know you said the same thing about it.
Hi, Carl.
Hey, Philly, what's going on? And I know you guys are blanking a lot today, and that's a B word about the performance because the Philadelphia Eagles still gave up a lot of points. But, Mike, I don't think you should be penalized on offense, okay, in an attempt to try to score. Fumbling in the end zone and being recovered by the opposite team.
If somebody pops you right there at the one and coughs it, that's different.
That's different. Right. And I felt like that was a turn in the game. If Jefferson scores there before halftime, or they punch it in and the ball's down there, it may have been a different game. I mean, listen, Kirk Cousins played well last night. Yeah. For all the things that the Eagles did, he had him in the game. It's a 6-point game. Yeah. It was a 6-point game.
He's had a bunch of turnovers, but that was one of those kind of like, Leonard Marshall on Joe Montana shots where the ball came out last night. But, but the Eagles, it just, here's the thing. They've got all those playmakers, and they're not getting the ball to the playmakers. Yeah. And the Eagles fans were grumpy and booing and making noise, and they still won.
All right, guys, we've got a 4-pack of tickets to the NASCAR Fall Series Cup Sunday, October 1st at Talladega Superspeedway. Stay tuned. Mike and I will give you those tickets between now and 7. If you are a NASCAR fan, tickets on sale at Talladega Superspeedway.com if you want to go. But we've got a 4-pack that we'll give away between now and 7. Stay right there. Special guest next.
This is Falcons Friday.
Falcons Friday on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game is brought to you by Jim Ellis Kia of Kennesaw, where you can expect the best.
It is Dukes and Bell getting ready for another big Falcons weekend. And I'll say this, Mike. We were talking about the schedule. You know, we try to break it down into 4 parts, right? 4 parts. And that is basically the first part of the season, the first 4 weeks. And now we've got an extra week. So, Mike, we always say, all right, that last week you add it on or you put it wherever. You can say the first 5 games. You can say the first 4, and then the last 5, however you want to do it. But these first 4, this would be crucial to start 2-0 if we're able to do it on Sunday, and I do think we're going to. And it has nothing to do with the injuries. I just think they're going to come out and play better offensively. This was not a great offensive game overall for us last week. The defense really did the job, and we turned turnovers into points. But if you go to the Lions in week 3, okay, that's going to be a tough task. Right. Don't forget, though, we also have to go to London. And so that is part of the deal, right?
And Jacksonville is, you and I were just talking off the air. I mean, Jacksonville's really good. We've already talked about seeing our old friend Calvin Ridley, and we know he's kicking butt. They got a great offense. They got a great running back. So all of a sudden, you and I were looking at, I really like this first couple of games. Because the Packers, all of a sudden, they whipped the Bears, which changes everyone's perspective now, or perception of this game. And the Lions, by beating the Chiefs, do the same.
No doubt.
And we're on the road in that one.
Yeah, we're going to see,
and
man.
Everyone may be wearing blue ski masks. They're going to do that this week. It's the craziest damn thing. You can't get a blue ski mask on Amazon. One of the DBs challenged Lions fans to go get in character.
Everybody's going to be with ski masks in the crowd. Hey, man, our next guest is a guy that Atlanta loves. He is one of the best dudes you'll ever meet, and he is our first base coach for our Atlanta Braves, Eric Young. EY, congratulations on another division title, man.
Hey, thank you so much, brothers. Thank you so much. Hey, to your previous conversation, Atlanta Falcons are good, too.
Yes,
true.
They are.
Indeed.
They look
right.
good, man. They look good. We're excited about this weekend. All right, man, how did you celebrate? I mean, seriously, it never gets old, right?
You know, anytime you get an opportunity to pop that champagne, you know that's a good moment, a good time, and for a special occasion. And just for the guys, we clinching the National League East. That's one of our goals. That was part of the second season. We got 3 seasons: spring training, regular season, postseason. So that's just one of our goals, and we still have other goals. So we didn't go all out, but we did go out. How about that?
I got you.
I mean, you got to. And I was saying, EY, that maybe you guys would have a little fun in Miami. Now that you can blow off a little steam, that's a good place to be with a free night.
It's a great place to be, but you know what? We still got business at hand. You know what I'm saying? And the guys realized when we came to Philadelphia that we had an opportunity, but it's not discussed because they know we have goals. They know how they felt last year when we lost in that first round. That was a terrible feeling. We don't want that to happen again. So we have to get that home field advantage and make sure when we start any series that we're starting at home with our beloved Atlanta fans.
No doubt. It is Eric Young, guys. He is our first base coach joining us here on Dukes and Bell. Braves clinch 6 straight division titles, and EY saying, listen, we got bigger goals, and he's right. I want to ask you about some of these guys.
Okay.
Matt,
I just laugh. I just laugh every time we talk about these guys. They deserve any type of talk that they're getting.
Right.
So what about Matt Olson, man? Because, I'll be honest, I knew he had power, but, what he's done and how he's done it this season, man, he's been beyond a surprise, Eric. I mean, he's been EY, he's been great, and I don't know if Braves fans realize how good he was.
Edition, of course, especially after losing Freddie. But I tell you what, Matty, when they talk about calling guys with the name Matty Ice, this guy is really just so smooth and about his business every day, has a lot of fun in the clubhouse. But more importantly, if you ever take a look at his RBIs, I wonder how many are with 2 outs. And This guy's in the middle of our lineup, and he's leading the league in RBIs. I mean, he does not miss on opportunities with steaks, not chicken, steak out there on the bases. And this guy's so clutch, man. It's unbelievable. It's like you come to expect it. We got 2 hours to run on second base or even first base. There's an opportunity. Matt's about to drop some runs in. And that's what makes him so special being in the middle of the lineup. You know, when you get after Albies and Riley, if they left Acuna out there, I guarantee you, Matty Ice gonna bring him in, and it's just he's just a great asset that we have on this team. That not only with his play, but with his temperament, his attitude, he's just unbelievable guy.
Right. And you were an unbelievable guy, an all-star back in '96, a pretty good baseball player yourself. Your son played in the show as well. Eric Young with us, guys, on the waitfor.com hotline. Talk about Michael Harris. We love Money Harris and the resiliency he showed, because it looked like things were really there was like a sophomore thing was happening, and how he just seemed to get dialed in. Did you give him I know we got a pep talk from Azuna. Did you give him some stuff too?
Well, I'm not going to take the credit. I'm not going to say I said anything, but Michael went through a little bit early in the season. Teams were making adjustments on him, and it was time for him to make an adjustment back on them, because, you know, when he came on the scene last year, nobody really knew, and they thought he couldn't hit, and they thought he couldn't do this with his weaknesses, and they exploited it this year, beginning of this year. But Mike made the adjustment, and one thing about this team, those guys in that locker room hold each other accountable.
Yeah,
that's why they show up every day to perform, and they know the goals that we have. And they, look, we need every single guy that steps on that field every day to hold up their end of the bargain. And once Mike realized that, hey, no, I'm not going to be the weak link around here, he decided to turn it on a notch, and that he did.
Yeah, he's had a great year, man. It's been amazing to watch this, like, transformation for some of these guys. You know, starting out slow. And EY, you know this. It's a long season, man. I mean, when guys start off slow, everybody freaks out. And then all of a sudden we look up at the end of the season, we're like, oh, well, he's okay. He's all right.
I freaked out.
Exactly.
Let's talk.
We always talk about, you know, look at the back of your car. Well, Mike hasn't had much to develop on the back of his car.
Yeah.
So he is establishing that right now. But he's a tremendous player, comes to play at it every day. You know, that's like a mentality in his locker room. I don't know if many people know that. And it's a good thing that we have a manager that puts them out there every day. These guys expect to play each and every day they come to the park.
Eric Young,
there's no ifs, ands, and bats, ins, out, or buts about, you know, you playing. You know you playing.
Well, you can get your mind right? I mean, that's part of coming to knowing you're on the card, knowing you're going to play every day, get your mind right. You don't have to worry about anything. Eric, let's talk about a guy that my phrase is Acuna for life, and I've been talking about Acuna since 2018, okay? 2018, I was like, this kid has it. And then he gets hurt, and we know it was a setback. But what an amazing year he's had. And I know, you know, we wanted to try to steal more bases, but come on now, really? What he's doing is crazy.
I tell you what, Acuna came back last year, and he thought he could still do the Ronald Acuna things that he did in the past. And he had limitations based on the injury, and he couldn't do things, but he thought he could. And, you know, when you look at his numbers, like I said, the numbers you really have to throw out the window, because he was forcing a lot of things and trying to compensate. But I tell you, when he came into spring training, and I noticed his workouts in the off season, and the way he was working, and just the look he had on his face in working out. And he came to spring training, and he said, this is going to be a great year. I said, what are you looking to accomplish? And I'm going to tell you, in this order, he said, World Series first, because I was there, but I wasn't there because I didn't play. So I want to help lead the team to a World Series. Number 2, MVP, gold glove. He wants the gold glove defensively. He's been playing outstanding out there defensively, and he wanted to win the stolen base title. In that order, what I just gave to is what he said. I said, well, then I'm going to push you and help you reach those goals. And he's been on a tear from the start, but it started with his mentality for spring training, from the off season. It started there. So everything he's doing is like, this is what I'm supposed to do. This is the way I can truly play. And he's showing that.
We were talking yesterday as Eric Young joins us, guys, Braves first base coach, about swagger, attitude, you know, the way these guys play. And, you know, it's Ronald, it's Albies, Arcia, you know, everybody. There's just such an energy. And you played in the big leagues for 15 years. I mean, how important is that to keeping the clubhouse loose? And is that part of our success?
That is definitely part of our success. There's no pressure. We're not trying to add pressure. If each guy plays up to their ability, I take our team over any team out there. That's how good our guys are, 1 through 9. We got a good complement of catchers with Darno and Murphy. I mean, we just have a great chemistry bond here, especially with guys that have been together, for some years now. And it's what we expect. There's a motto in spring training. When you put on that Braves uniform, we expect to win. That's what we expect. So each guy has made a commitment to make sure they're playing up to their capabilities and putting it together in a team and a team concept, and that's it's showing. And the love and respect that we have for each other in that locker room is easy because we counting on you to do your job and you counting on me to do my job. They counting on all the coaches to do their job. If one of us come up here with a sad face or something like that, we got something on our mind, or they gonna get on it.
Yeah.
Because they know in return that's what we give to them. And that's what it's all about in that locker room. It's love in that locker room. You see us clowning and having a good time and scoring runs and making exciting plays out there, that's all love. We are so excited out there knowing that if we play our game, we'll win a lot of games.
Eric, what about Snit, man? We had him on, right? And I brought you and Wash up, and I was like, listen, they love you, Snit. And he was like, I love those guys. And but the demeanor of Snit and what it's meant to this team and how much success he's had since taking over and putting you guys in the position, to foster those relationships and to build the camaraderie you're talking about. Just talk about him, man, for a minute, if you would.
Well, let me just say, he's probably for us coaches who's been around a long time. He's given us the autonomy to do what we do well and what our expertise brings to the team. And it's not looking over your shoulder, one of the managers going to think this or think that. You know what? He manages people so well that managers should take a note from him, and he stays calm all the time and recognize what's going on with our team and what we need at that moment, whether it be, guys look a little tired. We get off a long trip, show and go, give guys a chance to rest and relax. So he's constantly monitoring our workload, and not stopping us from getting these kids out there and working and everything. But he's just the ultimate manager that just, okay, I got to manage not only his team, but I got to manage my coaches and everything like that. But he allows us to do what we do well, and that's why you see it, and you see the response from the players. You see the love from the players. That's what it's all about. And we've been together now 6 years for me. Right. And our staff has been together for 6-7 years. And that's why we know what each guy brings to the table. Bring it. Don't hold back. Give it to them. And believe me, our squad, they receive it very well.
Well, man, we can't wait to see where this goes. EY, I know you're busy, man, so appreciate you jumping on with us. I got nothing but love for you, brother, and I hope the family and everybody's doing well. But this is an exciting time, as you know, for Braves fans, man. It just is.
It definitely is, and as we always say, go Braves.
Go Braves.
Thanks, EY, man.
Appreciate you, bro. Good luck tonight, and we'll talk soon. First base coach for our Atlanta Braves, guys. Hey, reminder, check out the Man Cave store. Visit mancavestore.com. They've got everything you need. It's football season, and you can get all the things that you've been wanting. All right, coming up, we're going to talk about what else is going on around the NFL. There are a lot of stories heading into week 2. More on the Falcons coming up as well. It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's 3 o'clock on Dukes and Bell.
Brought to you by Finley Roofing. We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer.
I find it interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Thanks to Eric Young for stopping by the show. You never know who's going to come through that door. And he said to us, hadn't heard this. I don't think you heard it anywhere either. That when he talked to Ronald Acuna at spring training, he said, what are your goals? And Acuna said, World Series title first, MVP, Gold Glove, stolen base leader. Mike, I think he's got 3 of those wrapped up. The World Series, and it goes beyond just individuals, his team is going to have to step up, and the Braves are going to have to get the job done. But there is a chance he could achieve all 4 of those things by the end of October and certainly in the early November if things go our way. Go check out the interview. It's online at Odyssey.com. Great stuff from him. Coming up this hour, Mike Wall, former offensive lineman for the Packers, as we went behind enemy lines yesterday to talk about this game. As we started the show today, I said the expectation for Desmond Ridder in this offense, we have to score more points. Now, we scored off of turnovers last week. The performance overall, a win is a win. But, Arthur Smith said this to us earlier this week, Mike. There are many things to correct, right? There are many things to get better at.
I mean, obviously, we need to score more points.
We got to do it, Art. So we go into this Packer game where, guys, they put up 38 last week.
Yeah, and I know that the Bears are still a work in progress, especially on the defensive side. But, look, they got more, I think, out of anybody would have expected from Jordan Love. When you and I were handicapping the schedule when it dropped back in May, we're like, oh, that's a win. Jordan Love, come on. And now you're like, wait a minute. Because, they've got weapons. And as we've talked about, there are a lot of similarities to what LaFleur is doing with what Arthur Smith is trying to do with our team. And they've got a guy, and we said it's really important that Aaron Jones does not play because he's a guy who can catch the ball like a receiver as a running back.
Yeah.
And is a weapon all over the place. So that would be interesting. He's banged up. The receiver core is really kind of banged up with hamstring injuries, apparently. But, yeah, this game is not an easy game by any stretch.
We are going to get deeper into what we think and how this might play out. Stay there, and you're going to hear from Mike Wall as well. Right now, let's get to an NFL Blitz.
Welcome to the NFL. With news and notes from around the league, this is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
Mike, as we start with the Falcons, Troy Anderson ruled out. That is a big deal for us. But again, they feel very good about Nate Landman and what he can do. But that really, Mike, knock wood, kind of the only thing we're dealing with, right? We're not dealing with a bunch of other things. Guys are on the mend and coming back. We don't know about CP. We're not sure about Okudah. But we do know Troy Anderson will not play on Sunday.
Yeah, because he was out there and there was some video of him. So obviously, whatever they were doing, he didn't pass muster, whatever the protocol asks for on a day or two before the game. So it's going to be Nate Landman. Whoever's going to be there, and this is where, if Aaron Jones is healthy, this is where you need really good play from your linebacker core because some of those mismatches you're going to get in the way they use their backs.
No doubt about it, guys. This literally just coming down. I guess Aaron Rodgers went on the Pat McAfee show. As we talk about the league, he had his surgery already. He was asked if he intends to play again. Rodgers' response was, give me your doubts and then watch what I do. That sounds like, Mike, he has all the intentions to rehab and make his way back next season. He says, this again from the Pat McAfee show, all I need is that one little extra % of inspiration and then watch what I do. So that's what he said today.
Well, as we said, I don't think anybody wants to go out like that. And unfortunately for quarterbacks and so many veterans in all sports, you don't get to have say in somehow how your career wraps up. But if anybody can do it, I mean, this is the great debate. He won over millions of Americans with a performance, if it was a performance, or that's what he is, on Hard Knocks. If you missed our conversation with Mike Wall, who played for the Packers, get his take on Aaron, because he was kind of, I don't want to say he was in his bag as a guy who works with the Packers, but there is still that perception. But who would root against him? As you said, I think back on Monday, it's a better league when guys like that are still out there making it happen. I don't think he can go as long as Tom Brady did because that's the ultimate outlier.
I agree. I don't think we're going to see all these guys into their late 40s trying to play, but that's the statement from Aaron Rodgers. So it sounds, again, not a definitive yes, but it sounds like he's going to try to come back. Mike, what happened last night? Let's talk about this game between Minnesota and Philly. Jalen Hurts, let me hear him because he says they're still haven't quite figured this out as far as what their identity is going to be.
I think it's something that's developing as we go. Obviously this is the first for all of us, and I've always mentioned how many different coordinators that I've had, and this is another to that list. So, again, it's all about us trying to find that identity for us, and, we're sitting here having these conversations, and we won 2 games out the gate, so that's always a good thing to do, and we just want to continue to grow.
Yeah, Devontae Smith was the guy with the big real estate catches. The longest was 63. A.J. Brown, his longest was 12 yards, and he was wide open a few times. And if you didn't watch the broadcast, they were talking about Al Michaels and Kurt Herbstreit. Brian Flores is now the D.C. from Minnesota, and he was doing a lot of different looks. He was moving the safeties around, so I think it was confusing Jalen Hurts, and that's why I think Sirianni and company said, well, just run it. We can run all day on these guys, and that's what they did, and intermittently, you saw Jalen Hurts mixing the passing game, but A.J. Brown was left on the outside looking in on that.
So A.J. Brown had 1,400 yards last year. You guys realize that? Devontae Smith, 1,100. I mean, this team, from a wide receiver standpoint, stout. And I listen, if I'm A.J. Brown, I'm going, I need the ball too. I get it. But they ran the football, and I think we forgot how good DeAndre Swift was, Georgia fans. Maybe we forgot that this is a guy, he's one of 5 players, Mike, that's averaging over 5.5 yards per carry in his career.
I played a couple of them at rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, and then Nick Sirianni had this to say about DeAndre Swift's performance. He had a $175, 25 carries last night.
Yeah, he just showed the vision, explosiveness. Not only pleased with how he saw it and how he hit it, but also with how he protected the ball, especially when they're coming after it in situations at the end of the game like that.
Yeah, and it was the Georgia Beagles or the Philadelphia Eagles, however you want to call them. They looked unbelievable last night. As you saw, I know everybody was talking about Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter busts in like the Kool-Aid man, drops the running back for a loss. Jordan Davis. I mean, it's an imposing defensive line, no doubt. But last night, I think more focus was on just the strangeness of the game. The turnovers. I mean, literally, you take it. No, you take it. It was like there was one sequence. It was like turnover.
It was.
Then you had the Jefferson situation where he is trying. The ball gets jarred loose as he's trying to extend for the pylon. Goes out of bounds. Pretty obvious. So kicks out. They lose that possession. That was like a 10-point swing because that was a touchdown. Then
field goal
related with the Eagles and a huge field goal too, 61-yarder.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that changed the game. But Kevin O'Connell, he's the coach, talking about Justin Jefferson's end zone fumble.
We just got to continue to emphasize decision-making, technique, and fundamentals as far as the ball carriers go. But like I said, Justin's just trying to make a play in that moment, and the hardest thing to do is to get a guy not to reach the ball out when they're that close to scoring a touchdown in a critical moment.
Now, Kirk Cousins also got to hold on to the football. He had a big fumble problem against Tampa Bay. He also put it on the deck in this game. The other thing is, when they moved on from Dalvin Cook, they didn't want to pay him. They decided they can win just throwing the football. And they darn near did. They only rushed for 28 yards. That's it. So, I mean, we always talk about a passing league. Well, we approach it, and the Eagles approach it differently.
They do. Backdoor cover, too, last night. Hey,
everyone's
it's a push.
Looks a little different. Like, if I get up there, I play them rock, paper, scissors.
It was a push.
I got it at 7.
Oh, so you took Minnesota?
Of course.
Oh, so I thought you would. I thought you was laying. Remember, it's a line from Casino, Chris. No, I thought you was laying.
Yeah, no.
You was taken.
I got him at 7.
You was taken. Okay.
Yeah, little birdie told me so.
I didn't touch it, and the over was the play.
Well, here's what's crazy. So they get the ball back right with 4 minutes to play, and I'm like, Kurt, don't blow this. All right, don't blow this, and they go down and score.
62. So the over was the easy move.
It was.
Chris gave me the look twice. You gave me the look yesterday.
You thought it was under. You thought it was under.
And I looked at you. Why am I looking at you? What are you?
What are you?
You went 3-0, but yeah. So, by the way, if you're not familiar with Casino, watch the scene with Joe Pesci. You thought I was laying. That's why you got the money on you. Pow!
Hey, let's hear Nathaniel Hackett. He was asked about Rodgers. Rodgers told Pat McAfee again, give me the doubts, give me the timetable, give me all the things you think that will happen. And he answered the question by saying, give me your doubts and then watch what I do. Here's Nathaniel Hackett on his quarterback.
Oh, yeah. I mean, whenever Aaron's got his mindset on something, good luck for anybody that wants to change his mind.
Okay. All right. Okay. So let's just mark down now, right, in this column way out here, because it's football season and we're watching games. Aaron will attempt to return.
Yeah. I would look. I don't want to root against the guy, but as you pointed out, when it went down, it's a miserable rehab.
Oh.
It's a long, and here's the thing: even when you get down that road, can you still do what you want to do? Is your body going to respond? Because you're losing something. It's one thing if you're 25 or 26. Even then, it's a miserable experience to go through. Let alone when you're near pushing 40.
I totally agree, Mike. Here's the deal: he'll be rehabbing, and every now and then, if he's around the facility, because it won't always be around the facility, a guy will poke his head in. Hey, Sauce, how you doing?
Right.
Good. How you doing, Aaron? Oh, it's good to see you. Back to rehab. That's your life. Hey, Quentin. Hey, Quentin, how you doing? Good, Aaron. How you doing? Back to rehab. Yeah. That is your life.
You're making him sound like he's going to show up with a beard like Rip Van Winkle.
I'm just saying.
On like 12 months.
People aren't hanging out, Mike, and in the rehab area. It is. It's tough.
I mean, and Guzan, we saw with Brad. Brad comes back from Achilles just to get bumped on the ground in New York. And, they hit you a lot more harder than they do in soccer and football. So that's what Aaron's got to look forward to.
Hey, guys. NFL Blitz brought to you by our friends at Priority Men's Medical Centers. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. More NFL conversation with Mike Wall, former offensive lineman for the Packers. What does he think about Sunday's game? And where does he think we have a weak area on our offensive line? Stay right there. You'll hear it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. little bit more about these Packers because the guy that is our guest as we go behind enemy lines, Mike Wall, former Packers offensive lineman. He currently does a podcast, host for the Believe Network. And, Mike, appreciate you jumping on with us. We were impressed last week with what the Packers did to the Bears and impressed with how Jordan Love looked. I want to know what you thought. And now, people are saying, all right, well, maybe he's going to be better than what we expected after sitting behind Aaron Rodgers all these years.
Yeah, it's certainly a good win. I think when you're playing in the National Football League, anytime you pull out a win, you're going to take it for what it is. The Bears aren't a very good team. And so I don't really know how much we learned, except for Aaron Jones is our guy. He's our spirit animal. He's our unquestioned leader. We need him in the game. So him missing the last 2 days of practice is not a good thing. Jordan Love had a good day on 3rd and 4th down. There's some throws that he's going to miss in his first start out there, but I think statistically he came out better than Aaron and Brett did, his two predecessors. And certainly it looks like there's a lot of meat on the bone for him to even improve, not only as a quarterback, but also improve the way that we call plays around him and put him in better positions to be successful from a play calling standpoint. Overall, a great win, 38-20 over the Bears. The defense really showed out. We have 8 first-round picks on defense, and Darnell Savage in particular really showed up and played a physical brand of football. But I don't know, very similar to the Atlanta Falcons beating the Carolina Panthers, because of the talent disparity between the two teams, I just don't know how much we found out about either team.
Right. And I was reading some of the Packer blogs, Mike, and they were saying that, the completion percentage for Jordan wasn't great, but as you said, let the receivers do the work. The yards after the catch was huge. So we got to tackle him.
Yeah, definitely tackling is going to be good, a big part of this on both sides. Aaron Jones, I think, took a 4th and 1, 60 yards to the house, so that would tilt your average, right? But when you look at what's happening with the Green Bay Packers in particular on offense right now, we're going to find success against the Atlanta Falcons if we can get them to line up in that nickel defense. We can get Troy Anderson to shoot the gap early like he did on almost every play in nickel defense in the run game against the Carolina Panthers, and really try to exploit those kind of big play opportunities by the whole left from that. When we line up in 12 and 21 and they get into that 3-4 with Calais Campbell and Grady Jarrett and all those guys playing in the gaps, that's a really tough defense to start out the game against, to start 1st and 10 or 2nd and long. So you want to hope that they stay keep the Atlanta Falcons in nickel. You want to hope that they get those double teams, those pin and pull looks, really take advantage of the space, get those linebackers to, again, shoot those gaps and try to exploit that part of the run game with Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon, because we're just not fully formed yet as an offensive unit when we talk about our pass game, because we have second-year receivers and first-year tight ends.
By the way, Troy Anderson, concussion protocol. Yeah, he self-reported. Yep. We were just up at Flowery Branch yesterday, so that's the deal with him. And it does not look like, obviously, we know this when you go into the protocol, he will play this Sunday. Mm-hmm. But Coach Art yesterday, not saying whether that would be the case, but yes. So it looks like he probably will not be available. I want to ask you about the Packers defense. We're talking to Mike Wall, guys, former Packers offensive lineman, does a podcast on the Believe Network. The defense, to me, was going to be one of the strengths going in, right, I think, into this season. And I want to know what your assessment is. What is the strength of this defense, and where do you think the Falcons can have some success?
Well, the strength of this defense is, I think Jair Alexander's on the league in his own right now. As far as when you look across the National Football League, there's probably maybe 1 or 2 other guys that are at his level at the cornerback position. We have 8 first-round draft picks on defense. Mm-hmm. And really, when you start looking at our box, you look at Rashawn Gary, you look at Kenny Clark, Quay Walker's a first-round pick. We just picked up Lucas Van Ness. Devontae Wyatt was a first-round pick. Preston Smith has been in the league for a number of years and played at an extremely high level. TJ Slayton has been in the league for a number of years and played at a high level. Like, we have guys and we have depth. Well, Carl Brooks is playing well. Colby Wooden's playing well for us. Enoch Barry's playing well for us. So Justin Hollins, we can just keep bringing guys to fill in those spaces either in our nickel or our base 3-4 look. So you're always excited, I think, from a Green Bay perspective, what we can do from a box. Devondre Campbell was an first-team All-Pro 2 years ago. He was injured last year. We expect him to have a kind of a bounce-back season this year. But if I'm the Atlanta Falcons, having said all that, and I think that the pass rush is going to be a real problem for Atlanta, I'm really excited about that 1-2 punch that you guys have in Algier and obviously Bijan Robinson. Both those guys look excellent. Bijan Robinson is a game-changing talent. So if I can get those guys in the game at the same time, you saw the bubble screen that obviously he ran for his first touchdown. But getting those guys at the same time really screws up a defense. You add Kyle Pitts to that mix, And obviously, Drake London not catching the ball last week. I don't know if he's going to have more success with Jair Alexander in the game or not. But when you just start looking at, I have a first-round draft pick in Drake London. I have Kyle Pitts, who's this kind of really, really unique talent. And now I can put Bijan Robinson in the game along with Algier. Now you've got three guys that really can't be single covered. You have a real problem if you're a defense. So I would try to figure out schemes that get all those people on the field at the same time. And then if whether I have to run the ball, run bubble screens, throw something to Kyle Pitts, I don't know what that looks like necessarily. Right. But, that looks like a recipe for success when I'm an Atlanta Falcons coach. It's
Mike Wall with this guy's former Pro Bowler, covering his Green Bay. Also, by the way, graduate of the Naval Academy. Years away, man. That's great. He joins us here on the WadeFord.com hotline. Yeah, that's the question we were asking ourselves and the coach. Why wasn't the ball coming out a little bit quicker? Because our offensive line was struggling against Carolina, who's given us trouble over the years with Derek Brown. So that sounds like a good recipe if we can just get it out there, get the ball to our playmakers. So basically, it's almost like a mirror image of the two game plans. Yards after the catch, quick hits, and let those dudes do their thing. Yeah, no doubt. And, if you're in Atlanta, if you're watching the Atlanta Falcons and you're a Green Bay guy, you're going, man, I'd love to see some of this on our side of the ball. We get 12, 21 personnel, a lot of fullback action, a lot of motion, the under center play action, stuff like the pistol stuff that you guys are doing. Am I a huge fan of it? I'm not personally, because I think the under center stuff is going to suck up those linebackers a lot more and make it more obvious for Desmond Ridder. It also takes away some of the reads he has to make. But as long as you can keep him in play action situations or, get the ball out of his hands quick, I think what happens in this offense right now, as I watch the Carolina game, you go to pistol, maybe you turn and give a paltry fake for a play action look, but you get, Caleb McGarry and you get Jake Matthews in one-on-one situations with Preston Smith or Rashawn Gary, however many snaps he gets. I mean, you thought Brian Burns was a problem last week. Rashawn Gary's every bit as good as Brian Burns. And you think that Derek Brown's a good player. Kenny Clark's better, sizably better, noticeably better than Derek Brown. So we have some dogs that can really play on the defensive line that Green Bay should be really excited about. I mean, Green Bay was a top 5 defense with Rashawn Gary. When he got hurt, we dropped to 25th or something like that. I mean, he's that big of a difference maker because of what he brings as far as a force multiplier for the confidence of everybody else on that team. So when he's in that game, especially against a guy like Caleb McGarry, who's not a really good, just from a technical standpoint, I'm an offensive lineman. It's kind of tough to watch him because his technique's so poor, his footwork's so bad. That should be a really interesting matchup, I think, that might end up determining this game.
A great point. We're talking with Mike Wall, guys, former Packers offensive lineman. We go behind enemy lines each and every week. Packers in town on Sunday, and you can listen right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Pre-game's at 11, kicks at 1 o'clock on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. All right, as far as LaFleur, how has he handled this? Because, listen, we've talked a lot about Rodgers not being there, and everybody was like, well, he's got to prove that he can win without Rodgers. Has there really been any pressure on LaFleur?
I think so. First of all, there's got to be some intrinsic pressure there, right? Because in the back of your mind, that Aaron Rodgers was running the show, and he was calling a lot of the stuff at the line of scrimmage. Like that, the offense that you saw for the last couple of years, and 13-3 3 years in a row until last season. The offense that you saw was a hybrid of probably what Matt LaFleur wants to run and what Aaron Rodgers wants to run. So you're really getting the first look at the Chicago Bears game was really the first look at a Matt LaFleur offense and since the Tennessee Titans days. And let's be honest, if you're watching that game series by series, especially in the first half, you really don't know what the identity is. You really, from a Packers standpoint, when I watch the film, what exactly are you trying to be? Are you trying to take advantage of Aaron Jones in the offensive line? Are you trying to run horizontally? Are you trying to quick pass? Or what exactly is it? We're trying to throw kind of all the spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks right now. So I think they're trying to figure out their offensive identity as well. Obviously, they have some real talent and second-year players, Christopher Watson and Romeo Doubs, Jalen Reed. They came in from Michigan State this year at the slot position. And then you have 2 tight ends, Luke Musgrave and Tucker Kraft, who came in second and third round picks this year. Super, super talented guys. But you're talking about young receivers, young tight ends with a new quarterback. That is a recipe for the run game. And I just hope that the Green Bay Packers become this downhill power Aaron Jones, A.J. Dillon run game while they're figuring out the pass game. Otherwise, we might end up losing some of the games that we should win.
Mike Wall's with us, guys, former Packer, now a podcast host for Believe Network. Before we cut you loose, Mike, watching Hard Knocks this year, I couldn't imagine what Packers fans were thinking. And as far as you can share, was what we saw what Aaron Rodgers has always been and just got in his bag because of all the personnel issues with the GMs in Green Bay? Was this a show for TV or is it somewhere in between? What we saw, is that what he is?
Well, I would say that Aaron's a really smart guy, and Aaron knew that he was going to be that Hard Knocks was going to be there. HBO was going to be following him around. It was certainly an opportunity to change whatever narrative, any negative narrative that was against him coming out after this situation, particularly that you talk about with Goody, the general manager, and them not seeing eye to eye on a number of things, and obviously feeling like he didn't have a lot of say in the personnel that they brought in, particularly the wide receiver position. So I think Aaron did. I mean, listen, I just talked about this on another show. If you weren't an Aaron Rodgers fan before that show, I think it'd be hard not to be now. I mean, he really shows out as far as what he's bringing to the locker room, how glowing a report that every single player and coach and manager and personnel person and haircut, janitor, everybody talked about him in such glowing terms in the New York Jets facility, how he embraced the city. So I think he probably has a lot of fans coming out of that. He was people loved him in Green Bay. And what happens is, like Brett Favre, when Brett left, everybody was kind of saying the same stuff about Brett, and Aaron was a young guy who liked to have people over at his house and was very sociable. So this stuff kind of goes in phases, right? There's a shelf life for everybody except for Bill Belichick, apparently, and everybody else. There's a shelf life for these teams. You kind of wear your welcome out, and I think that's what happened there.
Great stuff, Mike. Appreciate you stopping by. Check out the podcast on the Believe Network. Former offensive lineman for the Packers. Should be a fun game on Sunday, man. Thanks again.
All right, you guys have a great weekend.
Mike, Caleb McGarry. His comments about McGarry coming from another offensive lineman. Listen, they evaluate each other differently, man. Right. I mean, we could say he didn't block somebody, and you can watch a quick film hit or snippet. There's a difference. These old linemen are watching a lot more, and he was not impressed with what he saw in week one. There has to be improvement.
Yeah, and as we said, we predicted all week that they were going to struggle with Derek Brown, and then, of course, to a lot of people's surprise, Brian Burns goes, I will show you why you should show me the money. And then he got out there, and it was like, it was like a friggin' wrecking crew. So, yeah, look, this is why I was lukewarm on the idea of bringing McGarry back, but there weren't a lot of better options, and even with the money we had to spend. So they went with a guy that knew the system. And hopefully he gets better, or anytime Derek Brown's there, he's going to be eating his lunch.
Well, he's got to be better this week. Packers going to come too, man. By the way, Travis Kelce, Chris Jones will play for the Chiefs this week. Chris just told us all the guys for the Packers are questionable, Mike. We've been talking about the injuries.
Yeah, Dobbs has got a hamstring. He's more likely to go. Watson, we don't think is going to play at all. They were close to putting him on that short-term IR. Aaron Jones with an injury. Also, Rashawn Gary, who did not practice yesterday, too. Speaking of guys who are going to get after the quarterback.
All right, guys, we've got a 4-pack of tickets to go to NASCAR Fall Series Cup, Sunday, October 1st at Talladega Super Speedway. You can be the 5th caller right now and get these tickets. We've got a 4-pack for you at 404-726-0929. Tickets on sale at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. And you can win these tickets right now. 404-726-0929. We're coming back. Yeah, man, no man's next.
Sports Radio 90.
This is Falcons Friday.
Falcons Friday on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game is brought to you by Jim Ellis Kia of Kennesaw, where you can expect the best.
Getting ready for the Falcons-Packers on Sunday. Our coverage right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game begins at 11, kicks at 1 o'clock. Coming up, we'll talk dogs. Also, we got to mention Georgia Tech. Tough task at hand this weekend against Ole Miss. We will get into both of those games coming up here at 4 o'clock.
They got some cool duds, too, that Georgia Tech is breaking out for the Rebs.
I agree, man. It's just the problem is, Lane Kiffin, they've scored at least 33 points in every game since 2020. And you start looking at these numbers and you're going, all right, can Georgia Tech stay up? At least 33 points since 2020. They scored 73 on Mercer, by the way, if you guys missed that, and then 30 points in their win last week against Tulane. It's going to be a tough game.
They did really well early against Louisville, and then Louisville's better athletes in depth kind of showed out. Then they got the ball to their playmakers, and Ole Miss is going to come out shooting. That's the thing. I'm a little worried about this one.
All right, we'll get into it right now. Let's get to Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man. He's the former MVP of his high school football team. Not really. From New Jersey.
The Cavs are here.
And gives rapid-fire questions. Here's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Chris Thomas.
All right, Turtle. Happy Friday. Weekend is here. We got a lot of stuff to be excited about as we get to another big football weekend. What's going on today, man?
Well, we all know Ronald Acuna Jr. is mighty talented. Some might say award-winning in several fashions.
Absolutely.
Yes, because we had Braves first base coach Eric Young on the show earlier, and I was trying to do my due diligence and tweet out something that I thought the Braves fans should know, and that was Ronald Acuna Jr.'s list of accomplishments that he wanted to win that he told EY before the season started. And thanks to the iPhone's lovely and always entertaining autocorrect, because I put gold and then started to type G, it autocorrected glove to globe, to which many of our Twitter faithful are now having an absolute field day with.
Yes, Braves first base coach Eric Young tells Dukes and Bell Ronald told him that World Series title, MVP, Gold Globe, stolen base leader, hashtag for the A.
Listen, if he wins a Gold Globe, forget about it.
Now, again, most guys making the transition from action or an athlete to maybe an action movie.
Movie action, yeah.
Then could you do something that would be Golden Globe worthy? Not likely. I mean, Howie Long obviously had to start off with what was it? Broken Arrow.
Broken Arrow.
Right.
Yeah.
I didn't sign up for this crap.
And cut.
And cut. So, and then later on, he was the fire jumper. Remember that one? And then Howie Long, of course, Dr. J, the fish that saved Pittsburgh. Maybe Ronald, perhaps. How about Pride and Prejudice and Stolen Bases? We take 19th century England and we bring baseball into it. What do you think?
He would win for that.
Oh, Heathcliff.
Or maybe even, how about, since his heritage, how about a novella?
That's right.
We get him involved with that, an international award winner. All right, so go have your go take your shots at me at Dukes of Bell 929.
Ronald Acuna in the Manny Ramirez story.
He shot me. Oh no, that's somebody else. That's Big Poppy. Sorry, that's Big Poppy. Sorry.
Yep.
Manny, being Ronnie. Right. All right, so here's your POV for this next story. You're the Seattle Mariners. You are fighting, scratching, clawing your way, trying to hold on to one of these wild card spots in the AL. And you have your second best pitcher go out last week, and he spit the bit in the 7th inning. He was cruising, and then he spit the bit. His name is George Kirby. He's not a household name, but he's their second best pitcher behind Luis Castillo. Okay. Well, he decided to speak after the game, and when asked about his performance, this is what he had to say.
I didn't execute. He had a good pitch. I wish I wasn't out there for the 7th, to be honest.
Oh.
So I was at 90 pitches, and I didn't think I needed to go anymore, but...
Oh, wow. Nobody likes a quitter, Carl.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, here's the deal. You should never express that.
That's soft as Charmin, man.
I shouldn't have been out there.
Nice killer instinct, dude.
I had gone over my 90 pitches.
What a puscator.
Wow.
Holy shnikes.
Yeah, that's shocking.
That would be like Spencer Strider going out there and saying, I really wish Schnipp pulled me after 5 1/3.
I know.
Wow.
I know. You never hear pitchers say anything
that's
like
just
that.
counterintuitive to what we expect competition and professional athletes, unless you're a real dork. Wow. loser mentality.
Yeah, and they are battling. That's what's crazy.
And that's the craziest
what's
part
crazy.
about it. They are right in the thick of the battle. And
One and a half behind the Astros for the division, let alone their wild card battle.
So you have your second best pitcher going, all right, I bet you now the fan base and the coaching staff has real confidence in him starting game 2 of the ALDS.
Can you play it again? Can you play it again? Weird. So not what a baseball
I didn't execute. He had a good pitch. I wish I wasn't out there for the 7th, to be honest.
What?
So I was at 90 pitches, and I didn't think I needed to go anymore. But
I mean, guys did what the man, man, oh man!
It's the antithesis of what professional athletes are supposed to be.
Correct.
I mean, I think of Coach Peterson keeping Richie Camarada out there against Roosevelt, and he goes, "You'll stay out there until your arms are bloody stump." You know, and you got a guy tapping out after 90 pitches. I hate the pitch count, but maybe we've now bred the wussification of baseball to where these guys are conditioned to now tap out in a situation. Let's hope this isn't the shape of things to come.
Well, here's the thing. If you're hurting your team by pitching terrible or you're injured, you have every right to say, it's not my night, right? They come out to the mound. Pitchers have said this. It's not my night. Get me up out of here. I'm not helping the team tonight. That's different.
But isn't it usually, Skip, I still got him? No, we're going to get someone in here for
you.
you.
You want to argue.
Yeah.
But, I would accept that.
Right.
Injury, obviously. But even if it, you go through 2 innings and you realize you just don't have it. I don't want to hurt my team, Skip. I don't have it tonight. Okay, let's go in another direction. But this was worse.
Yeah, he was basically accusing the manager and his staff of not knowing the right time when to take him out.
Yeah.
Which is laughable if you're the starting pitcher. If you're the starting pitcher, I remember the image that's seared in my brain growing up in New Jersey. Mike Mussina was pitching a perfect game for the Yankees, and Joe Torre tried to come out to the mound and take him out.
Don't even think about it.
I mean, quite literally was making animal noises on the mound to send him back, saying, "This is my game. I don't want you coming out here." And he let him stay in. But this is, like you said, Mike, SOF capital T.
Man. I just can't believe you. Off the record, maybe you tell somebody that, but to put it out there on a microphone.
Yeah, hey, you didn't have it tonight. Yeah, you should have pulled me earlier, but, I just stayed in there. That's weak sauce.
I mean, you say I didn't have my A game when I was battling. I can live with that. Wow. I mean, I know we want our athletes to be honest. Not that honest.
You know what? I'm going to join your guys' side of the fence on this one. These millennial athletes, man, they're a different breed.
There you go. Quitters.
Wow.
Tell you what.
They're not tough.
Back in my day, that never would have happened.
Sunnyside Egg has more backbone than this guy, man.
All right, we're a little behind here. So, hashtag Dukes and Bell tailgate at home. It is finally broken. The weather is not hotter than Hades at this point anymore every single day. So take advantage of it, boys. What do we got?
I'm going to do over the weekend some beef short ribs.
Nice.
And I'm going to slow cook those, marinated in a special sauce, which I will show you.
Nice.
The meat will just be deliciously, it will fall off the bone. So fatty, Mike. Why am I talking like this right now? Because this
sounds like our buddy Hubs.
These beef ribs. But we had them a while back, and they were so good. And I was like, I got to do those again. And literally, you cook them like 4 hours, and you wrap them in foil, and you cook them, on broil or whatever, and you broil them for about 5 minutes. Put the sauce on there, guys. I'm telling you, if you've not had them, I know we usually do like traditional, baby back ribs or whatever. These are so good. So I'm gonna do that because they're like snacks. When you cook them down, there's like this much meat. And if you can see me on the camera at Twitch on YouTube, there's like this much meat on there. So you can buy like a couple of different packs of them. I think they come in like 8 or 10 or whatever it is. Mike, and just snack off of those.
Could you do a slider, perhaps?
You could. Ooh. You could just take the meat right off of there. But that's the plan.
Nice. We're going to do some fillets tonight, just bacon wrap, basic stuff tonight. But I want to give a shout out to the wife because anybody who's ever tried any diets where it's like low sugar and low carbs and you're eating like an animal, you're eating like rabbit food. My wife did a deconstructed Big Mac salad last night. She found a recipe. So it was healthier, leaner chopped meat and just grilled it up in a pan. And she did lettuce and pickles, and she found the recipe for like the Thousand Island kind of secret sauce type stuff.
Yeah.
And it was unbelievable. Dude, I was shoveling it in there like a longshoreman.
Yeah.
So my wife's coming up with some really cool stuff. She did some pasta the other night. I don't want to know what's made out of, if it's cauliflower or whatever. But she's keeping me on track with some really good, healthy stuff, and those recipes are out there.
All right, good stuff, man. By the way, hashtag Dukes and Bell tailgate at home. Send it to us. The best ones go on our Instagram and get some Hey Man Ale. All right, it's football time, man. It's around the state of Georgia. You can get it at any Publix, And if they don't have it, ask for it. The manager will get it for you. We'll make sure they get it. And if you can't get it, let us know, guys. And it's at your local package store as well. 2 versions: the original OG, the blonde ale, and of course the watermelon lime. Get some.
Safe to say, Becky had Mike loving it. All right, Chris, I turn to you.
No, she tells me these things, and I'm like, again, don't tell me what's in it. Whatever healthy substitute you've been using, just let me shovel it in my pie hole. Don't tell me what's in that stuff.
When I'll say this, and you now realize this.
Right.
If you're doing anything to try to lose weight, if your partner's not doing it, it won't work.
Right.
They have to be in because you can't eat one way and they can't eat another. And the reason why you're losing is because you are both. She's in, and obviously you're in, and now you're seeing the difference.
I can't wear this shirt about 5 years ago, so I'm down about 18 pounds right now, so it's working.
That's
Not
good,
cool.
man. Good. All right, coming up, we're going to talk dogs. We're going to talk Georgia Tech. They both have games, big games this week. The South Carolina game we thought might be a measuring stick. I'm not so sure about that now. It's Dukes and Bell.
It's 4 o'clock on the #1 sports talk show for your drive home.
I mean, you know how it is, rockin' and rollin' and whatnot.
This is Dukes and Bell.
Brought to you by Finley Roofing. We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This hour brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. It is Dukes and Bell. Happy Friday, everybody. Lots of stuff going on, man. We're gearing up for the Falcons and the Packers. We're going to talk dogs and Georgia Tech here in a sec. Get you ready for the college football weekend. We've got our picks coming up.
Yeah.
Some guy talk as well.
Yeah.
By the way, if you're just joining us, again, Aaron Rodgers went on Pat McAfee and said, hey, I want to come back. He didn't say that directly. He said, give me your doubts and then watch what I do. But you have to take that as a positive. It's the first time he's acknowledged anything about the potential of him making the rehab and doing all the work that it takes to come back from Achilles. So that is out there, Mike. We're also talking about the Braves. Eric Young, first base coach for our Braves, came on the show, and Chris alluded to this, but he said at spring training, he asked Ronald Acuna, what do you want to do, man? Like, what are your goals? What are we trying to get accomplished here? And Acuna laid out 4 things for him. He said, World Series first. I want to, win the MVP. I want to win a gold glove, and then I want to steal more bases than anybody. And I said to Mike, he's already, I think, accomplished 3 of those. The World Series thing is in front of us, but he's got a chance to accomplish all 4 of those. Go hear the interview online, 92.9 The Game. It's on Odyssey.com. Good stuff from Eric as they start a new series tonight. And again, Mike, let's finish strong. I don't want to limp into the playoff. Let's finish strong.
Right. And that's the balancing act for a manager that he talked about with Snitno and his team. Last year, you were expending all that energy to catch the Mets, and then, as we said, in my heart of hearts, if Fried didn't have that stomach thing, if Strider wasn't, but it came back to bite us, and that's when the depth, and that's why I was so banging the drum for more depth in all departments for pitching this year at the deadline, and some we did, some we didn't address, but that was an outlier. That this team, I think, knock wood, barring some crazy unforeseen injury thing, is good to go. You got 4 guys you trust, including Elder, right?
Yeah.
Now, as far as what Wright's role is going to be, we're going to find out, but. Yeah, now the guys just continue to rate. There's individual goals that certainly help the team, but there's no pressure now because you've locked it up. So you go down to Miami and hopefully smoke those guys, or at the very least just maintain that rhythm. Olsen got real cold and then heated up at the end last year.
Yep.
Olsen's on a tear right now.
We will see a series down in Miami tonight. Oh, come on, Snit. You're in good shape. I mean, we asked him about how they celebrated. He said, we got it in, but we didn't get it in. Right. So you wait until the World Series to do that, but they did celebrate, and now it's back to business. Hey, Turtle, let's talk some dogs.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs.
Mike, what's the injury situation for the dogs? What's it look like?
Hey,
because
man.
Javon Bullard, if he can't go, right, and they've been talking about next man up, it's not easy to replace a guy like this against South Carolina, but there is an injury update.
Yeah, and we talked to Connor Riley about this on Monday, and he wrote about it yesterday. So as far as the leadership role that Javon Bullard plays in the in the secondary, in the defense, they're saying that Kamari Lassiter, Malachi Starks take on a larger sort of role in that department for getting everybody lined up, Carl, proper places on the field defensively. Right. And then you got 2 dudes who saw minutes last week when Bullard went out, Dan Jackson and Daniel Sisavant. That came in, stepped up, according to Kirby, who was happy with the gig. So apparently these dudes will be literally the next man up. Daniel Sisavant, known for his physical ability, nicknamed the Hitman.
Oh!
And he's a hard worker. Comes in day in, day out, according to his teammate Kamari Lassiter. So he's got a hard-hitting ability. So could be, if he meets Spencer Rattler, kapow! I'm not sweating this game. I heard steak today in the steakhouse.
Are you going to pick it?
And maybe. I got other things. I got other fish to fry.
No. I heard you not sweating it. You going to pick the game?
There's a team going up to Chestnut Hill that's going to probably smoke those guys by about 50, so stay tuned for that. But no, I heard steak, and I get why steak was getting with the things about this and that, and Rattler. I just think that offensive line will not be able to protect him against Georgia's defense.
No, they won't.
By being gracious at a parade. You're not great at it.
And by the way, happy Rosh Hashanah to steak and all our fellow Jewish friends out there. But yeah, today I was like, I'm not sweating this. Now, 27.5 to some sounds rich. I just don't think don't get into comparative scores, Carl, some say. But if you get pushed around by North Carolina, I can't imagine what Georgia does in Athens.
Yeah, I just think this is Georgia has this effect. They've been doing this the last few years where, like, you get to the first quarter and they scored a couple of times. And you get to halftime and it's, 28. By the time the game ends, they've covered. Like, by the time the game ends, they've scored their 45 or whatever it's going to be. And it's just a slow roll. They're not coming out scoring 28 in the first quarter, but I agree with you. I think it's it's going to be not as tough of a task as we thought it would. What about Kirby wanting the fans to come and show that home field advantage?
Got a lot of respect for those guys. I know they tend to have players from our state, and we tend to have players from their state. There's always a really important game when it comes to playing a school that's this close geographically to you. So I know both teams will be up for the game, and should be a great atmosphere, and hope our fans can give us a home field advantage for this game.
Yeah, there was some squawking about not exactly an imposing atmosphere. Dog fans have heard this before, so just get your seats on time and be ready to roll. I know sometimes there's some bottlenecks, even though they're making the improvements to the stadium. So you know the drill. If you're, in the old days, Carl, we used to hang out at taco stand. Get out of there by before 3 o'clock. Okay, you got to walk across the campus.
Yeah.
Get to the gate. Get moving. Don't dilly dally. Stop at the tailgates. Get rolling. But you know the drill. Also, we talked about the injuries. Ladd McConkey is listed as questionable. That back that was giving him trouble last year is apparently still flaring up. So I'm not sure you're going to see Ladd McConkey in this game. They've got some folks on the offensive line a little banged up, but the big one, of course, is Javon Bullard.
It is. Dogs hopefully roll, and I think they will. Mike, the other big story, Jay Norville criticizing Deion Sanders. For those who missed it, I want to play it for you, and then I'm going to let you hear what Deion Sanders said about making it personal.
I sat on with ESPN today, and I don't care if they hear it in Boulder. I told them I took my hat off and I took my glasses off, and I said, when I talk to grown-ups, I take my hat and my glasses off. That's what my mother taught me. So...
Yeah, I mean, this maybe is why this dude's a career 500 coach. And he'll be a footnote to what Deion's about to do to you, because these kids do listen. They hear everything. You heard his son goes on Pat McAfee's show. Why would you say that? So they're ready and they're motivated. So it's the ultimate poke in the bear.
Yeah.
Maybe it played well with those.
Thank you, Chris.
Played well with those Rams fans at Fort Collins, but everybody in the country go, why would you say that?
Look, we all like drama. Well, most of us, when it comes to sports. I don't not drama in your personal life, but drama on the field is great. Deion Sanders was talking about this. Here's what he said about making it personal.
I'm minding my own business, watching some film, trying to get ready, trying to get out here and be the best coach I could be. And I look up and I read some bull junk that Dan said about us. Once again, why would you want to talk about us when we don't talk about nobody? All we do is go out here, work our butts off, and do our job.
Go out here.
But when they give us ammunition, it was just going to be a good game. They done messed around and made it personal.
It's great.
I mean, you couldn't draw that up in a movie any better than that. The way the team responds and his guys and his big coach in the back wearing a cowboy hat. I mean, it's great. So then today at practice, at the team meeting, they got the theater seatings. You see all the major programs, and then he says that, hey man, taking his shot at the Colorado State coach, he gives sunglasses out to the entire team.
So they're asking Colorado fans tomorrow. It's a night game, to wear their shades to the game. So you're going to see thousands of people with shades on. This is what you get. You created something now that you weren't even expecting by popping off, Jay Norville. Right. Here's Stephen A. Quite frankly, Mike, talking about what Deion should do.
He said the word. You want to take off? I do that when I'm talking to my mama or somebody. It's not when you're talking to just anybody. But if I was Deion Sanders, I would heed those words. And here's what I would do. I would go out there Saturday. I would bust their living ass. And then I'd go to midfield at the end, and I'd take off my hat and my glasses and say, congratulations, great game.
Yeah,
maybe he will do that.
They're favored by 24, and that's going to be one of my picks because, these guys are going to be – I mean, look, sometimes it's laid out for you. It doesn't take a rocket scientist. Whatever you need about your analytics and gambling, so-called experts, they're going to smoke these guys. These guys couldn't handle Washington State. They're not going to be able to handle this.
They're not good.
I read some bull junk that Dan said about us. Once again.
By the way, Sanders' own line of shades is made with Blenders as the company. So Deion said, they don't realize. They just help me with my business.
He's right. That's true. Right. He's using this as a moment
and
to
I got to be honest. If we've talked about why do kids pick schools? If it comes down to school A or school B and they're pretty even, there's the coolness and the swag factor, right? We talked about, when Deion's wearing a white Colorado outfit with those shades, it's tight.
No, it is.
I got to be honest. I'm a grown-up, and I look at it and go, it's a pretty fly outfit. I'm like, look at that.
Mike, I've always said this, and even through my experience, you go play for guys you like. The facilities are the facilities. Mm-hmm. You telling me these 80 kids that were in the transfer portal, they went to Colorado because the facilities? I mean, no. You went because you like the guy. You like the coach. There's something to be said about that. And for all the things, whether it be Alabama, Auburn, or Georgia, ultimately, Kirby's getting all these kids, Mike, because the kids dig him. They like him. That matters.
Right. I mean, there's a few things that get you to the school. The direct conduit to the NFL, Nick Saban, Kirby Smart, what Kirby's created. Guys love playing for Kirby. You see that. They buy into the message. Every time you hear a player that gets media access, you're allowed to talk to, he's just completely echoing everything that the coaching staff is saying. And that doesn't just happen everywhere. Same thing. Norvell's got that going down in Tally right now for the time being. It's a big. The buy-in is
real.
I think the media takes it as a cliche, but it's real.
It's real. Georgia Tech, Ole Miss. Ole Miss
Damn, messed around and made it.
personal. Ole Miss 17th in the country. Last year, this was a 42-0 game here in the ATL.
Right.
So what happens? Because Lane Kiffin, again, his offense is prolific. Jason Dart's one of the best quarterbacks in the country. And Mike, he's already thrown for over 600 yards in just a couple of games. I think Georgia Tech could have their hands full. They got to find a way to slow these wide receivers down, man.
Yep. I know that for Tech, they're going to be wearing all, speaking of duds, they got these really cool all-white gear that they're going to be out. You can see the photos up at Tech's website. I think it's maybe Tech kind of similar to the Louisville game. You just don't have the horses yet. The cavalry's coming in 24. Okay. I think it's part of that recruiting class. I don't want to. I mean, they still can go out and win some games this year. That Louisville one was a kick in the gut.
They should have won that one.
Yeah, but they got to learn how to finish. Now, if they are in the same situation, then you got to handle the body blows, and Haynes King's got to make better decisions with the football. I don't know what you make of the Lane Kiffin lawsuit. I've read as much as I could today about DeSanto Rollins, an oft-injured defensive tackle who's saying that there's no, protocols or things in place for mental health issues at Ole Miss. Felt that he was mistreated by Lane Kiffin, felt that white players who needed a timeout mentally got preferential treatment. He didn't. He also says women athletes get apparently some mental health help, and he didn't. So Ole Miss says we haven't even seen the lawsuit yet, so waiting to see where this one goes. Some people, immediately what I read from down in Mississippi was oft-injured, disgruntled employee playing the mental health card, which, you know, when we said after Simone Biles, it opens up a Pandora's box, good and bad. But in this case, I don't know enough about it, just waiting to see what this happens when he gets to court. Ole Miss is basically saying it's not true.
Is there history here of mental health issues with this young man?
Or more importantly, does Ole Miss, did they just not have something, the faculty or the facilities to help an athlete that was struggling with this stuff? And if that's the case, I don't know how much money you make on that lawsuit.
Well, all I'm saying is, and I know nothing about this, I'll sit back and watch, but if there is history of him reporting and telling coaches and going to see physicians or whomever he needed to see, that's one thing. And then this is the behind the scenes that goes on, and then he says, I didn't get the proper help. If he's just coming out now, Mike, and saying, oh, by the way, I've got issues, and they never recognize it, to me, those are two different things.
Civil complaint contends the school did not have institutional procedures. They also, in the lawsuit, said he got kicked off the team by Lane. University said to ESPN they never removed him from the football team, and he remains on scholarship.
All right, we'll see how it goes. They've got Georgia Tech this weekend. We'll see how Tech plays on the road. All right, we got more to get to, including the picks. Where is Mike going? Where am I going?
I'm going to Boulder.
Where is Turtle going? Oh, and we'll give you the results and who's in the lead next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. the picks of the week. It is Dukes and Bell. We do it every week, guys. We're in the NFL season. We're in the college football season, and we get a chance to pick games, all right? Three games. You get to pick against the spread, and obviously you can pick over-unders. I don't care if you go college or pro. Turtle, give us the rundown. What happened last week?
Well, Carl, I don't know how to really put this to you.
Well,
but,
you see, what happened was
not a banner week for Mr. Dukes.
Can I say something before you say
go
this?
right ahead. Sure.
You know, I was trying to give Kentucky some love, and my daughter had she rushed and all this. So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go Kentucky. The spread was 35. Now they won, but they didn't cover.
Right.
It just absolutely killed me. Go ahead. It won't happen
I
again.
appreciate the passion for the school you're sending all that money to. You
exactly right.
think they repay some of that to generosity?
Well, that's what I was hoping,
Well,
but it
he
didn't happen.
sent even more with that loss. Mike 1-2, Day 2-1.
Can I just rant one more time about Ladarius Toney, who's a worthless human being? Back to you.
Yes. Day was 2-1.
What?
and-
Whoa. Day was 2-1.
Yes, sir.
Who's making his picks?
Well, he sent them in to me today.
I believe it was Day.
So TBD. And then your boy, 3-0.
Can I be honest about this real
And
quick?
Turtle's, by the way, for guys who are new to the show, Turtle has been doing. There's a guy here that's been very consistent.
Yes,
in
he
his
has.
3 years, Turtle has been that guy.
Yes, he has. I got to be honest. I kind of miss Bo and just beating up on Bo.
Right, because whatever Bo would pick, even if it made sense,
Bo Morgan,
we still abuse him about it.
Yeah, Squidbilly. I miss beating up on him.
When
Because
the
he'd be
year
like,
he came in
he was
last
like, I
place-
was going to pick that game. And I'd be like, Bo, give me a break.
Right. Now, by the way, anybody who took the Falcons, we won. Day, you,
That's
me,
right.
all won with the Falcons. But Carl,
Are you-
Benedict Arnold here wouldn't go with the home team.
Well, I didn't want to jump on. You guys did. You know where I was with the Falcons, and they took care of business. Oh, you guys got the balls to go with the Falcons this week?
Oh, maybe I do.
I want to hear it. All right. Let's start. Since I am 0-3, Turtle, I will give you the privilege to go last, all right? You're leading the pack. Is that all right?
I'll put my feet up, sir.
All right, and you've got Day-Day's picks, right?
That I do.
All right, so I'll go Mike and then Day-Day and Turtle, who's 3-0.
Okay.
Give me the Kansas City Chiefs to cover the 3 against Jacksonville. Kelsey's back. Chris Jones is back. And these wide receivers will catch balls, Mike. I guarantee, as my man Charles Barkley says, they will catch balls this week. Chiefs will not start the season 0-2. Are you crazy? Give me the Chiefs to cover against the Jags. I also like, don't laugh, the New England Patriots to cover the +3 against the Miami Dolphins.
Ooh. They got some special sauce they're going to put on that D?
Dolphins, great game last week, but I got to say this. Brandon Staley did a terrible job of coaching defense. Not one time did they double the cheetah. That will not happen against New England. Bill Belichick will have a plan. I'm not telling you that they win the game, but they will cover the 3 points. I like New England at home. Last but not least, I am going to go with the team that hasn't won. And, Mike, I think you gave the number yesterday or the day before. The Tennessee Vols going down to Florida.
They've won 3 times in Gainesville in 50 years. They haven't won in Gainesville since 20 years ago, 2003.
They are due. And they are a 6-point favorite on the road. Florida, sorry, Squid, speaking of Squid Billy, they're not that good. This is a game the Vols will cover, and they are due to win down there.
But, Carl, you don't understand. Mike Norvell, he's building the program the right way. It's a long-term vision, Carl. You don't understand it.
Yeah, you're talking about Florida State when you say Mike Norvell. Isn't he talking about Florida State?
That's Mike Norvell. This is Jay Norvell, no relation.
That's correct.
Jay's got a better tan than Mike.
Oh, yeah, Jay is a brother. Jay is at Colorado State.
Yes.
Give me Kansas City to cover. The Jags. Tennessee goes down to Florida. They cover the 6. I like New England +3. Mike Bell, what do you have?
Hey, man, I'm not going to go crazy looking for picks. It was handed to me by that aforementioned Jay Norvell. I'm taking Colorado -24 at home in Boulder. They're going to beat them like a drum with relish. Twist that knife.
Here's the deal. They might have come off the gas.
Nope.
Not now.
Nope.
If this is one of those games, it's at home where it's just nuts, I don't think they come off the gas.
And if you're waiting for the air to come out of the bag, this again, you just put some more fire into that sucker. So, yeah, Colorado -24. I'm going to take the over, Florida State over. Boston College is getting beat by bad teams, but they are scoring points. And Florida State's always good for one stupid mistake in the secondary.
What's the number?
46.5. So a 35-10, 35-14, 42. 56-10 would put you over. So and maybe 56-10
Okay,
is more like
you like your boys.
Yeah, I'm. You know what? I always fight the temptation in years past because I've been burned. But I think this team is special. This team's got a great defense, and again, just what you're seeing from the quarterback when if he makes a mistake, he bounces back. Some of the best wide receivers, thanks to the transfer portal.
Currently, what, 3 in the country?
Yep.
Okay.
They got things cooking.
All
So
right.
up in Chestnut Hill, early start. Not have you ever been up there? The least intimidating atmosphere, other than maybe Virginia. So FSU in the over 46.5, and then finally, I'm going to go. You know, it's funny. I was going to take the over in the Kansas City-Jacksonville game, but I am going to Riverside U, my friend Carl Dukes, and I'm going to take the Miami Dolphins -3. I just don't think the Patriots can get into a shooting match with those guys, regardless of how bad Fangio's defense is. So I will take the Dolphins, Riverside, and Carl.
All right. Turtle, give me Day-Day's picks, please.
All right. He sent in picks. He also sent in a brief explanation.
I
Shall
bet
we
he did.
question his
I bet
reasoning
he did.
here?
Did better than us.
Yeah. Florida over.
Somebody's picking.
Here we go, Carl. Right off the shoot. Florida over Tennessee.
Oh.
More than anything, Gators need a prove-it win, and the time is now at home in the swamp against a Vols team that has not had success there.
That sounds like some kind of service Day-Day's using.
No, I would. He's not that kind of a dude.
Whatever.
Now, Turtle would do that. Bo Morgan would do that, but not Day-Day.
He likes Florida. All right, go ahead.
My first time ever making picks with you guys. I was doing well, and you guys didn't believe it. You accused me of a tote service.
I did. Squid didn't believe you. He was the guy calling you out. He wanted to know what service you were using. Yeah. You won like 18 in a row or something crazy.
Listen,
no, you were on fire.
I had to make an impression on the show. All right, he also likes the Colts to cover and get the win over Houston.
Okay, good pick.
Yeah,
I do
pretty
too.
sound pick there.
Is it 1.5?
It is -1. Colts favored in Houston.
All right, that's a pick 'em. Go ahead.
Ole Miss will get the win, but Georgia Tech gets the cover.
Really?
Wow, okay.
Give me the number.
Good for Day-Day. Day-Day's got faith.
I believe it's 18.
On the road. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Day-Day.
Ole Miss favored.
I see you.
All right. I think it's maybe my turn here.
Yeah, if you want to brag,
Hey,
go ahead.
The man went 3-0. To the victors go to spoils.
All right. So I am taking the Bulldogs of Mississippi State to cover. They get +10.5.
I like that pick.
Versus LSU.
Yep.
You think they cover?
I think
so
LSU
too.
could win. They get 10.5 versus an LSU team that has been very underperforming. So
Jaden
far
Daniels
this
had like what 6 or 7. I lost track. He had a bunch. They played Grambling, so they got they got healthy against some of the weaker opponent. But I don't know, man. I think Miss State physicality.
Okay,
yeah, I like that pick. I think they'll keep it close.
Well, you'll like this next one too, Mike, because I agree with you. Miami -3 versus New England. Carl,
what?
I don't know.
I can't wait to come in here next week.
What do you have against the Dolphins? You bet against the Dolphins 2 weeks in a row.
No, I did. Well, last week, Chargers should have played better, okay? That was ridiculous. Brandon Staley is terrible. I'm just letting you guys know. Right. But that's fun. That's a good pick for you guys.
All right, so we're for kids who don't know, guys, what's Riverside? Riverside gambling term, son. We're going to reverse what Carl's putting out. It's fun, the vernacular. Learn the vernacular. It's fun.
It's like craps vernacular.
And finally, the New York Jets.
Hovering?
+9 versus Dallas.
So you're betting with your heart right now.
No.
You are betting with your heart.
No.
But the Jets defense
Jets
against
defense
Dak, that's a good pick.
is very good.
Okay, give me what are you doing? What are you doing?
The final could be 30-22, and that's a win for me. Not really, but it's a win for me in this game.
You can see that they could force Dak into a turnover too.
Okay, so you like Jets?
+9. That's a lot.
I wasn't going to. No, it is. I wasn't going to touch it until it turned to 10, but I don't think it's going to go to 10. I thought it was going to go to 10, but you like the Jets. Okay. Defense keeps them in the game.
Carl, I think you're backpedaling a little bit.
What do you mean?
To be honest.
About who?
Slow start, 0-3.
You talking about me?
Going against the Dolphins again. You don't like my logic against the Jets.
I don't like the the logic is fine. Here's the deal. Let me talk about the other side of this with the Cowboys.
Break it down.
Cowboys with the lead against the Jets, who are good defensively. They're not going to allow Dak to. McCarthy won't allow Dak to make mistakes. He's not going to allow him to throw the ball. They're going to run the football and run clock, which means if this is a 5 or 6 point game, whatever. But I don't think those mistakes happen because he's not going to allow that. Jets are too good. All right, we'll see. There are the picks, guys. Mike Bell, what do we got coming up in Guy Talk?
Hey, man, what do we not have in Guy Talk? Starting off with Nick Saban. He may have lost to the Longhorns, but he has not lost his sense of humor. If you hadn't heard this, it's worth the wait. Also, lizards getting run over by race cars at over 150 miles an hour in Singapore. But wait, there's more. Wouldn't be Friday without a Florida man story. Stay tuned.
This is Falcons Friday.
Falcons Friday on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game is brought to you by Jim Ellis Kia of Kennesaw, where you can expect the best. It's time for fun. It's time for guy talk. Never mind. It's time for shenanigans.
Yeah, man. Friday. It's the weekend. Big weekend, man. Music Midtown. A lot of major artists. Guns N' Roses is going to close it out on Sunday. So I've already saw some folks when I was driving up Piedmont today to make the turn on 14th Street that there's already some folks that are lined up and they got security out and everything. They're ready to rock. It's going to be big. It's going to be a big one. Like that. You and I were talking, I think it was last year, we were talking about how lame the lineup has been of late. And they really packed it in this year, man. They got some big names in the show.
What was it last year? They didn't do it.
No, they just remember you and I were like kind of underwhelmed with the names.
Yeah, I think it was That's right. Yeah,
the
last
gun
year.
safety issue they had with the metal detectors and the screeners.
No, it's back. And listen, I hope everybody has a great time. The acts this year seem like I think Billie Eilish is one of the acts.
Yep, Pink.
Yeah, it's going to be greght. I think it'll be a much better show than what we've seen the last few years.
Pitbull, Miami, 305.
Hey.
Broward, 954. So that's going down. And then GNR, as we mentioned, says we put in 1975 is a big band as well. Hey, man, by the way, this weekend we got Messi coming to town. Still waiting to see if he's going to start. He's coming off the bench. A lot of people, I think, are expecting to see Lionel Messi on the pitch. And we had Tata Martino say, look, I coached Atlanta United. I never had a problem with the surface at the Benz. So I'm hoping he does because I got tickets now, and I really want to see this guy. And the Falcons on Sunday. Good news if you're Carl and I and other people who love the throwback duds. I wish the Falcons would make this the official uniform.
Red helmets.
Send that paperwork into the NFL. Yeah, the old 66 red lids with the gold trim on the black and white stripe. Black jersey and the white breeches with the red and black trim. It pops. I love those jerseys, man.
I do too. And for me, the red helmets. I've seen all the memes the Falcons have put out this week and just having fun with it. But yeah, that gives us extra incentive, man, this weekend to play well in those unis.
And it's kind of cool because some can say the Packers are iconic as well with their uniforms. So that's some pretty clean stuff. Hey, man, Nick Saban has not lost his sense of humor. He does his weekly call-in show. A lot of hard questions after the loss to Texas. He had one of his own linemen say they didn't practice too well.
What'd you say? They lost to who?
Hook 'em. Horns up.
Oh,
yes.
Sir. I'm sorry, you said Texas?
Well, you were there.
Oh, yeah. I just didn't hear what you said. I want to make sure I heard what you said. Go ahead.
Alabama was defeated by the University of Texas.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Here's Saban on a call-in show when a dude named Pee Wee called in.
Coach, how are you, sir?
Well, Pee Wee, I've been wanting to talk to you all week, man. I mean, we got to firm up the pocket. We're setting too soft. We're getting pushed back in the middle. All right, everybody thinks we can't hold up against the blitz, but they're sacking us with 4-man rush, 1 3-man rush. Only 1 sack came off of a pressure, so I wanted to ask you what the hell's going on.
I believe you covered it all right there, Coach.
Isn't that awesome?
That is. That's really good.
Yeah.
That is good. And that's why I love Saban, man. I do. It's not about not liking Alabama.
Right.
You got to respect what he's been able to do. But he gets it. He gets it.
It's great. And the fact that the guy that called into the show was named Pee Wee just made it even more perfect. Well, Pee Wee, I've been waiting. He breaks it down. So there he is. I thought it was great. So yes, we think these guys are like robots and animatrons. No, even Belichick. Well, maybe not Belichick, but yes, these guys have senses.
Well, Pee Wee.
All right, man.
Waiting on your call.
Formula One racing in Singapore this weekend. It's like super duper hot because it's just 80 miles north of the equator, like 112 degrees. So these guys are steamy. And the critters are enjoying the action. I was lucky enough to go to the inaugural race all the way back in 2007. It was me and my boy Chris did that. It's pretty amazing. One of the things that happened during some of the practice rounds earlier today down there is reptiles on the track. Giant lizards.
Oh.
Yeah, they're not iguanas. They're just old-fashioned lizards, but they're big and they're mean, and they get on the track. Now, at the Canadian Grand Prix last couple of years, they've had to worry about groundhogs. I was there in 2018 when Romain Grosjean, the groundhog tore up the Haas's nose, man. The whole wing got jacked up. So when you're hitting something at high speed, it's bad for the car and for the critter. In the case of the lizard, everybody was kind of slaloming around this lizard. Max Verstappen gets on the radio with the Red Bull team and goes, "Hey, man, there's a lizard on the track." And he goes, "It's a little bit smaller." There were two. There was one that was a little bit smaller than the first one. And somebody gets on the radio and goes, "Understood. Maybe Godzilla had a kid." It's kind of funny. Verstappen's like, that makes sense. George Russell from Mercedes goes, "It's another lizard, but a different one this time." So these guys are all avoiding the lizards on the track. And then fans are going bananas reacting to it. Unfortunately, the lizard that was avoided by Red Bull and Mercedes was not avoided by the Aston Martin driven by two-time world champion Fernando Alonso.
Okay.
He hit it about 70 miles an hour. I mean, so that's all it took. So the lizard got squashed.
Could you drive? Well, you could drive in any conditions. I don't know if I could drive in that. Like, trying to think, these lizards, how are they going to keep them off the track, Mike?
Yeah, good question. There's Singapore is amazing. It's if you ever saw, what was the Rich Asian? What was the movie? The Rich Asian movie? Crazy Rich Asians? And they were in Singapore, and it is. It's one of the most unique. Whenever Carl has asked, and we do like the last call, most beautiful place you've ever been. Singapore is still one of the most amazing places I was lucky enough to visit. But yeah, so the critters, wherever they're coming from, they're out on the track. So they're going to try to, apparently Singapore, which is one of the few city-states left in the world, is going to have their lizard wranglers doing overtime tonight for another practice session. It'll be on ESPN, by the way, I believe late. I always get confused because it's already tomorrow.
Tomorrow,
yeah. Late, I guess, early Sunday or whatever. You figure it out. Anyway, a Florida man. Wouldn't be, a Friday without a Florida man story. A machete-armed Florida man down in Gainesville.
All right.
Apparently overserved on something. Stole an excavator and goes on a joyride throughout Gainesville on Monday night. Gainesville PD were following. So basically, it's not like it's a backhoe. I mean, this is a big, full-size excavator. I mean, it looks like, the cab and the engine itself is about bigger than like a truck.
Wow.
So this is big. So this is something to dig big holes. And this, it's got like the treads like a tank. And this thing's rolling down the streets in Gainesville. So the dude, Jesse Smith, 47 years old, he was arrested early Tuesday morning after he stole the Komatsu excavator valued at $350,000. He caused nearly $2 million in damage, including making a right turn, right into the Walmart.
Ooh, yeah. Cost him some money.
Well, I don't believe they're going to get it from Jesse because
come on.
We're looking at his mugshot. He kind of looks like Lance Armstrong if he shaved his head and had a cross tattoo on his cheek.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, I think whenever you have a tattoo on your face, there's a good chance you're going to be a meth head.
Well, has he been to jail?
He looks like it. By the looks of his mugshot, not his first time in the Hooskow. Yeah, he was charged with 6 felonies, 1 misdemeanor, the most serious, first-degree larceny, grand theft, causing damage to property. The businesses listed as victims said, it's all about $2 million altogether. And there's a picture of the excavator smashed into the Walmart, which eventually they backed out. There you go. He's waiting in trial in Alachua County. I just think when you see the mugshot and you get the face tattoo, that's always kind of that's a tell, isn't it?
Well, it's a couple of things. I mean, one, it could be it was a drunk night. 2, it could be he's a really tough guy, or he served time.
Correct. You're in the big house. But either way. All right. I don't know if you guys saw this. I posted it at Mike Bell ATL. There's a few things in the world which really, really aggravate me. Nothing more than Angel Hernandez and incompetent, egotistical Major League Baseball umpires. Carl, it's time. They got to fire this guy. Like, he's a litigious dude. He sued Major League Baseball, said that they were treating him unfairly because he's Hispanic, and they were like, what? The judge threw that thing out in 10 seconds. The folks who watch the umpires out there, it's hard work, but Umpire Auditor put the information out there. It's the worst called game of the season and the worst since April of 2022. He only had to make 92 calls behind the dish. He missed 16 of them for a correct call rate of 82.6. Granted, it was 2 of the worst teams in baseball, the Pirates and the Nationals, so he decided to mail it in. But, I mean, Angel Hernandez, for those who don't know, is one of those guys who shaves his arms, struts around like a peacock, and is just absolutely the worst. I just think it's time for him to go away. He needs to be fired. I don't want to see people lose their jobs, but this guy, it's time, Carl. He'll never see a postseason game again.
Well, he's always thought, though, he's bigger than the game, and that's been part of the problem, right? For Angel Hernandez. He's not the only one, but he's one of these guys that it's bigger than the game. Nobody's paying to see Angel. Not one time.
Nor Laz Diaz, and, it's all these dudes, man. They're like, they got fired before. Time to do it again. Hey, pick up your Duke's Mill Hayman Ale and Watermelon Lime from our buddies at Coney Brewing at your local package store. If not, get them to get it for you.
Hear what Bijan Robinson says about enjoying how he's being used in this offense. Guys, Falcons are favored to win at home. That means nothing. And the latest update on the Packers' star players that may or may not play. It's all coming up in the Falcon Report next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and Odyssey.com.
Well.
It's 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock on the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What?
It is time for the Falcons Report.
Guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
On Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. Glad to have you here listening to Atlanta's #1 sports station, its #1 sports show. And, guys, we've got a big weekend with the Packers coming to town, Mike, and we will talk about this here over the next 10 minutes because Caden Ellis, you'll get a chance to hear from our starting linebacker and what his expectations are. But here's the thing. Improvement. We won last week. We had to win. We talked about going into week 1 and starting off the season right. But, Mike, there has to be improvement. And the one area I think everybody wants to see the improvement in is pushing the ball down the field and seeing Desmond Ridder throw the ball more, a little bit vertically. But, Mike, you keep saying this. Can we protect them against the Green Bay Packers front seven?
Yeah, I know that it was a really tough day, and it has been historically a tough day against whoever's playing on the offensive line when you go up against Derek Brown and the Panthers. Brian Burns obviously made a statement about his paycheck, and he was balling out. They had no answer for him. But McGarry was noticeable even so much for Mike Wall from the Packers, podcast and their radio to say, yeah, that guy looks like a target we can get after. And they've got Rashawn Gary if he's 100%. They've got a bunch of injuries. We'll get to those in a second. But look, everybody wants – I know what everybody wants. You want 300 yards.
Yep.
You want the vertical passing game. You want to see Drake London going down the field and Pitts. None of that starts if we don't get the guy a pocket. You can't – you've got to give him a pocket. Unless let me ask you this. Do you think – if they look at the tape of Green Bay and what they're doing right now, 4 sacks against Chicago, do we move him around? Are we going to move Ridder around in the pocket?
Well, we didn't see a lot of that, or an attempt, I think, from Art to do that, Coach Art. We could see more rollouts, Mike, naked boots. But the naked boot, guys, only works if you're running the football effectively. Now, if we do that, then we can get him out of the pocket. But you're talking about physically moving the pocket, right. Maybe shifting one way or another and giving him a little bit more time. We'll see if they decide to do any of that.
That's a convenient narrative.
Thank you, Art. But I think also, Mike, that we've got to get the ball back in Bijan's hands. You saw the electric things that he's capable of. 16 touches. I don't know if that's going to be the norm or the average because we still got to find a way to get Drake London involved. And, guys, I think Drake's going to have a big game. Okay? I just do. I think Drake's going to have a big game. But we got to find ways to get Pitts involved. Let me hear Bijan talking about he's enjoying the way that he's being used in this offense.
I felt great about it. I know that they got a plan for me, and I gotta follow that plan the right way. And what Coach Smith and Coach Petrie and Coach Rags have for me. So whatever they have me do, wherever they line me up, I'm gonna give 100%, and I'm gonna try to do my best to use the gifts that I've been given by God and just have fun out there. But I know I'll end up in a lot of spots, and I know that wherever I'm at, I have to be 100% for my teammates, and so they can count on me to do something great with the ball.
Right on. And Coach Rags, Dave Ragone, yeah, man, like no one's doubting. Just get him the ball, and he'll make the first guy miss 100%, if not 99%, whatever you want to quantify. He'll make that first guy miss. He's a super athlete. Now, guys, everyone's getting to see it who didn't see it in preseason. But let the man burn, man. Do his thing. 6 and 7 catches, 8 or 9. I like 20 touches for the guy.
I do too.
No matter how you divide it up, on the ground or in the air.
Jesse Bates had an amazing game last week. He talked about how he hopes to start against Green Bay this week.
There's a lot of things, obviously you want to start a little faster. There's a lot of things that you can take from the tape and get better at, but it's a new week, so we're going to have to continue to learn the game plan, brand new week and reset and go 1-0 for the week.
Key for me, Mike, last week Jordan Love was great on 3rd and 4th down. I mentioned this. I think they didn't convert but only 2 attempts on 3rd down against the Bears. If he comes in here and goes, 8 for 10, 7 for 9 on 3rd downs, it's going to be a long day for us because that means they're not getting off the field and they're moving the football and they're probably scoring. We got to find a way to get him down or off the field on 3rd downs coming into this week. He's playing with a lot of confidence, but we mentioned this in an injury update. Some of these guys that we thought might be here might not be here.
Yeah, the big one, of course, for us is Green Bay's version of what we're trying to do with Bijan Robinson. That's Aaron Jones. And for those who didn't see, he had this big run, took it to the house, and then my hammy, all of a sudden they kind of wrapped up on him. So he looks to be listed as questionable. I'm looking at the Packers website, and they're talking about some other dudes getting in there. Rookie Emmanuel Wilson, Patrick Taylor, and then, of course, they've always had A.J. Dillon, who's the other dude that kind of did it, together. But he brings the element of a running back who catches like a wide receiver. You've seen him, with the Packers in the playoffs all these years. Then you got Romeo Doubs with a hamstring. He's a little banged up. There's no official word. It looks like questionable now for Watson, who's also another dude that they drafted who looked like a rock star coming down in the second half of the season. Christian Watson also with a hamstring. Rashawn Gary's dealing with a knee injury. So there's a bunch of dudes that could have a major impact. Rashawn Gary getting after us and us trying to catch those other guys. So not a full complement of weapons, it looks like, or they won't be even close to 100%. For Jordan Love.
Well, and again, we'll take anything. You don't wish for injuries, but hey, if we were injured like we have been over the last few years, nobody's feeling sorry.
Kay Walker, by the way, linebacker, also questionable with a concussion. He's in the concussion protocol. We learned that Troy Anderson tried to practice today, so for him it looked like he was going to make it, and he's out. So Tree's officially ruled out for us. And Okudah, and I'm waiting to see, he's questionable with the foot. We were kind of led to believe he'd be in the game, but maybe not start. Maybe in the nickel.
Because he was practicing this week. Caden Ellis, and you'll hear the full interview coming up here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Guys, this hour of Dukes and Bell brought to you by All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. Let me hear Caden Ellis talking about stopping the Packers offense.
It's a team that has changed, but it's still the Packers, and it's still LaFleur over there running stuff. I've gotten to play them back in 20 and 21, in a similar defensive scheme, and really respect what they do, the way they go about their work. I also got to play them preseason last year and, practice against them. We did joint practice with them. So respect their players. Obviously Jordan Love's getting the chance to go out and show what he's capable of, and he had a good game last week. So Aaron Jones, A.J. Dillon, they got a good backfield. You know what I mean? And they're going to try to run the ball, set up that play action pass in that boot, and then get going from there. So, I like our game plan. I like how we match up against them, but they're a good team.
They are 1-0. We're 1-0. Love's looking to build on those solid numbers that he had against Chicago, and again threw for 245, 3 touchdowns.
Right. And what are we gonna do about it? We've talked about at times kind of looking a little static. Our first chance to really watch Ryan Nielsen. What does his defense look like? It was basically the 3 or the 4 down linemen just kind of going straight ahead. So more stunts. They got into that later in the game, dialing up some blitzes. We talked about Anderson got in with Grady for one. So Lorenzo Carter got the other, but that's when the game was kind of getting away from the Panthers. They weren't running at all. It became one-dimensional. So are we going to be able to generate heat? We've been telling the listeners this overhaul defense with the free agents is going to step up. Need to see it. And maybe Epicady. How about him? Like to see him have a big impact in this one coming up Sunday.
We are, by the way, for the first time since 2017, which is why I told you guys all offseason we couldn't lose week 1, have a winning record to start the season. Above 500, right? This is what we're talking about. So this game 2, and we talked about this, guys. If you go look at the metrics, you go 2-0 in the NFL, your chances of getting to the playoffs go up dramatically. It doesn't guarantee you anything, but I'd rather be 2-0 than 1-1. And again, you've got a chance at home to do something before going on the road against the Lions, and then, of course, to London, Mike, to take on Jacksonville. So Robinson, by the way, that 21-yard run last week, again, just looked electric, and everybody around the league was talking about it. I expect to see him this week. If they're getting pressure, Mike, maybe we are running more screens and getting the ball to our playmakers a little bit quicker too.
Right.
This week.
We're wearing the throwbacks, guys. We talked about that in Guy Talk. I think last time we wore them last year was the 49ers game, right? We beat those guys, and
that's
they were
right.
banged up.
Yeah.
So let's hope. I know that just 2 things. It's the same stuff we've been talking about all week. Everybody wants all the Madden type stuff and the video game stuff. And look, it's not wrong to ask for that. It doesn't make you like a bad fan to want some. It's what fans want to see. It's what Eagles fans were in their bag last night because they were helped. One of their own players was in his bag last night, A.J. Brown, because they couldn't get the ball in wide open. Hopefully, Drake London can't have 2 clunkers like that, regardless of what the offensive line is doing.
No, and I don't expect him to. Again, I get back to Ritter saying this earlier in the week, and we played it for you guys, where he talked about they just never got into a rhythm. Mike mentioned this. The first play was you held your breath because the ball got tipped, and then he catches it, and you're like, okay, that's how we're starting. Now, we overcame that, but if he completes that pass, right, and then you say, okay, that's 1, and then it starts to build, they just never got in a rhythm. I don't think that'll happen. And Art said this week, too, he felt like that was like just a weird game, and I'm kind of with him. You watch these games, it doesn't matter, over the years, and you go, well, why didn't we or why weren't we able to do some of the things we wanted to do? Sometimes those weird things happen. I don't think that happens back to back. I just don't.
And Cordell Patterson will be active for this game, so see how much he gets in the mix as well. Mac Hollins, I thought he did what we thought he would do, kind of be like the other option, but he actually, Didn't think he had more catches than Drake London that first game.
Yeah, exactly.
So offensive line. Basically, McGarry, don't stink. And everybody else continue to – let's just keep it. Like, if we're going to run the ball, you and I said this. Yes, we'd love to see all those skill position dudes doing their thing. But if I could say I go 2-0 and the quarterback throws for less than 300 yards in 2 weeks,
I'm okay.
I'll take it.
I'm okay.
No one's going to like it, and they'll still be belly aching about it, but I'll take it.
404-726-0929. Hey, follow Mike. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up, C Dukes. And, of course, this radio show is Dukes and Bell 929. Follow the radio station at 929 The Game. Stay up on everything that's going on. It is going to be a big weekend. And, of course, you can watch us on YouTube at 929 The Game, twitch.tv/ATL 929 The Game. Whisper's running our cameras, and you guys can check us out there. I got to bring everybody in on this because apparently one of our show members has taken offense to me saying he would use a service. So Day-Day is not here today.
To defend himself against your very, very mean-spirited allegations since you took the sombrero and he went 2-1.
Apparently, he thinks this is a vicious attack. So he tweets or texts us today. Day-Day's off. Turtle's here, Mike, obviously, and Day-Day says, I would never use a service. Laughing emoji.
Right.
Mike responds, I know you wouldn't, bro. Day-Day goes, I didn't think you would. So
but Carl, on the other hand.
So I just hit him back with the iced tea meme of just looking at him.
Right.
I'm not saying he would. I'm just saying it's very suspicious that he went 2-1?
He went 2-1, and I think you went
suspicious.
Chris and I ganged up on you because you took New England, and we both Riversided you. We both jumped on the Dolphins -3.
You guys, you really want to laugh though? What do you think this next text is? First off, I beat you and Mac a few years ago. Secondly,
I don't remember that.
I don't either. Squid chiming in. So obviously Squid is listening.
Always,
it got back to him.
Always listening, watching, judging.
Yeah.
Yes.
So he says he beat me. Maybe did he beat us a couple of years ago? Turtle? I don't remember that either.
I thought Squid took the last place.
Now he does point out, Mike.
Yes.
He says he beat you last year. And I don't know. I don't remember what it was.
Well, that's all he's looking to do is beat me.
So, Squid, stop, man. Listen, all we were saying was we missed beating up on you. That's all we were saying.
Not even beating them. We're just making fun of your picks, whether they worked or not.
No, this is true. You're right. All right. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 again. That was our pick segment last hour. So we have a member of this program saying I have viciously attacked his character.
Carl, maybe, he's trying to make a good impression. It's his first year with us on the show, first time making picks.
You're casting aspersions. Like somehow he's using someone who's like, dial 888-888-888-888.
No comment.
Coach Johnny Vegas, I never lose.
Day-Day, man, appreciate you. All right, coming up, you'll hear our interview with Caden Ellis. Mike says to Caden Ellis something that I did not expect. Wait until you hear it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Caden Ellis makes his way into the building here, into the door where we're at, and
What's up, man?
he takes a seat, man, and we're about to get into a conversation with him. We'll talk more about the Braves here in just a second. Caden, man, congratulations on your first dub.
Appreciate it. It was a fun one.
Yeah.
Appreciate everybody coming out, man. Great energy. It was a fun time.
Man, you guys, you hold them. I said this to Coach Art. You hold them to 10 points. The game plan, I guess it works.
Yeah, that worked.
Tell us why.
Right.
Tell us why.
Why what?
Why everything seemingly worked? Why you guys were able to get the stops, get off the field when you needed? I thought the early 4th and 1, that energized everybody.
Yeah, agreed. I think it comes down to just got to be able to execute, and that if you out execute them, typically score shows. But I think there were some things that we gave up a little bit more than we wanted to, and they got into some positions that we didn't want them in. I got some first downs that you wouldn't typically want to give up, but what really made the difference for us that game was being opportunistic. The takeaways, the 4th down stop, they had 2 turnovers on downs and then the 3 turnovers. So with that, you're looking at essentially 5 of them. And if you can do that to pretty much any team, you're going to be all right. So, Jesse Bates had a great day. It was awesome seeing him fly around. Not only was he getting the ball out, but, that's some good safety play. Go watch that. That makes you feel good as a linebacker when I can go shoot this gap knowing that my cleanup guy, it's not a 7-8 yard cleanup. It's a 1-2 yard cleanup. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, him, it wasn't just him, Richie had a good game too. And just, getting to see those guys play, they really turned the tide for us.
Again, 11 play drive. I'm like, oh man, this is not the way you want to start the season. But as Carl was saying all week, you guys got to stop.
Yeah.
And as a defense, it's got to make you feel like $1 million.
Oh yeah, it does. Nielsen made a great call, and we were able to go in and execute. And the coaches did a good job preparing us for what was going to come in that situation. And as soon as we, saw it, Troy was already yelling out the play, and everybody knew. All right, let's go.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Every fan out there who's listening, they always expect it's the movie Any Given Sunday. Like the coach is like, Caden, we got to do this. What kind of adjustments happen, or is it during the game on the phone with the guys upstairs? How does that evolve during the game?
We don't really talk to the guys upstairs, the players, at least on defense. We don't really talk to the guys upstairs. They kind of talk to the coaches on the main level, and then they come to us. Y'all see Nielsen. I forget who I was doing an interview with. They were talking about how animated Nielsen gets in the sideline. He'll be on all fours with a whiteboard and a surface in one hand,
right?
2 different colored markers.
But that's how it's going.
Then he's
down.
asking for another board, all of that. So he's over there just chalking it up like you're in a classroom. And at the end of the day, we pretty much all know something. Normally, it's just, hey, we didn't do this perfect. Let's get it fixed. Every now and then, there's one of those things where, all right, this isn't going to work. We have to change how we're playing this look or how we're playing this play. And those situations are, a little more, get the board, make sure everybody can see it. And then next time we go out, we got to be able to execute. So,
Caden Ellis joining us here on Dukes and Bell, live from Flowery Branch. 6 tackles, 3 assists. And I'm not cheating you on any stats there, am I?
No, I think so.
That was the last game. We got the Packers coming up, man. I said to our audience, Aaron Jones is a dude, man. He's really good. Tell us what you think about what you see so far with this Packer team as you've had a chance to look at them.
It's a team that has changed, but it's still the Packers, and it's still the floor over there running stuff. I've gotten to play them back in 20 and 21, in a similar defensive scheme. Really respect what they do, the way they go about their work. I also got to play them preseason last year and, practice against them. We did joint practice with them. So
right.
A lot of reps against them.
A lot of reps against them. And, again, really respect what they do, respect their players. Obviously, Jordan Love's getting the chance to go out and show what he's capable of, and he had a good game last week. So Aaron Jones, A.J. Dillon, they got a good backfield. You know what I mean? They're going to try to run the ball, set up that play-action pass in that boot, and then get going from there. So, I like our game plan. I like how we match up against them, but they're a good team.
We got weapons. We talked about the skill position guys. As Caden Ellis joins us, Jeff Okudah coming back. You already talked about Bates. That's a pretty impressive secondary.
Oh, we love it. Come on, we love it. It's a great secondary, man. It's a great secondary.
The only thing I need is no, don't put pressure on you, more pressure. But we have like a gentleman's agreement or a bet, whatever you want to call it. I think you'll be the sack leader on this team. So I need some more juice. So if you can get that,
you're going to tell him that?
Okay,
I just did.
I love that. Come on,
we're going to talk about it on radio, then not say it to the man's face.
I mean, you put more
I need this man to be my sack leader on this team, man.
Put more pressure on
some
him.
jive jerk on the radio says he needs to be the sack leader. I just,
he has said this.
It's a long week, but I got faith in you.
All right, come on, let's get it done. I gotta get a couple more blitzes this week.
We have our own beer. I don't know if you drink beer, but we'll give some to you. Use your neighbors.
And speaking of the blitzes, I mean, you played for, obviously, Ryan. We're talking about Ryan Nielsen, our DC guys. He really mixes it up. I mean, week to week is going to be different. Sometimes you'll come a lot more. Sometimes you might not come at all.
Yeah.
I thought in the first half it was like we didn't see a lot of that, and then we came later in the game. So, I mean, part of that is just how he calls games. Are you accustomed to that?
Yeah.
Playing for him?
Yeah, it's something that I've seen, playing with him for New Orleans. He's always had a big hand in the third down package. Getting to see how he's doing it over here so far. Some games, when I was paired with DeMario, some games he got to go a lot. Some games I did. Some games it was more D-line. Some games it was a mix. You know what I mean? And you want to be able to keep an offense on its toes. You don't want them to be able to set up and say, all right, this is their blitz guy. This is their coverage guy. Let's just slide right here. You know what I'm saying? So I love how he calls it. And, maybe some games I don't get blitzed as much, but that's all right because I still get to go out, execute coverage, and then come down and get some tackles. So it's good.
Was it Nate Landman would be the guy that would step up? We saw him look pretty good, obviously, in preseason and practice. It looks like he gets it.
Yeah, I know he's a really smart player. He's instinctual and he's a powerful player. You know what I mean? He loves to thump, and playing next to guys like that is awesome.
How's your body feel, man, after week one? I mean, listen, preseason is preseason.
Yeah.
Right? Week one, now you're tackling, you're hitting guys. How you feel after week one?
It was 78 snaps, and it was a lot of 78 snaps. So, body's always going to feel it a little bit, but we got the routine to get back and get the body feeling good, and we were able to hit practice hard today, so body's good. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
And I know you come here from New Orleans, and, your boy Cam is still upset that we're now New Orleans North.
Come on, Cam, get over it. Get over it.
I don't. Because there's such a turnover on this roster, does it even resonate that this is the first time we won a home opener since, 17? I mean, the fans, I don't know if you felt, I know you talked about it to start the interview, there was real juice in Mercedes-Benz. Fans were just dying for this moment on Sunday.
It was so exciting. It was so awesome to get everybody out there to get the crowd going. I can't believe the people they got performing, not just at halftime, but it's like in a 2-minute timeout or just a TV timeout, and all of a sudden someone's up on the screen. I'm like, dang.
It's crazy, right?
This is awesome.
It's where the players play.
Oh, yeah, come on. Welcome to Atlanta.
Yeah, you like, it's a concert? Hold on. I got a game here.
We're not even the main event. Like, what?
It's true. Caden Ellis joining us here, guys, as we talk Falcon football. As you head into week two, and we talk about the Packers, every time that you see a team and you talk about all the reps you got against them, I'm just curious, what are you thinking as far as how you feel like you can play better going into week two? Coach always talks about improving, and okay, so you had a really good week one. We won the game. How do you, in your head, from where you sit and what you do every week, how do you feel like, what do I need to do to get better this week?
It's always got to be that way. You always, whether you have a best game of the year, best game of your career, or you have a bad week, you always got to look at stuff to improve on. And one thing that I'm looking at this week, hands. Something I've always prided myself on. And last week I threw my shoulder in a couple times in O-lineman. It's not like me, so that that's one thing.
You talking about keeping guys off of you?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Okay.
That's one thing in particular that I'd like to do better this week. And there's a list of other things, but at the end of the day, it's just really just being consistent and showing up and working through it all this week, getting the plays and figuring it out, and then going out and execute.
And just one last thing, we talked about this on the show just from a player standpoint. It's just so weird now with the 3 games of preseason. It's hard for the fans to get their head around. Do they need more reps? Are they ready? Because some teams this week, obviously around the NFL, didn't look like they were ready. We obviously got it done. We scored 14 points and we stopped them. It seemed like it really came together. But as a player, I mean, do you feel ready to go by week 1, or is it you're still working yourself up to the full 60 minutes?
Man, me, I don't know. I feel like football's football. As soon as I get out there, let's go. You know what I mean? That's kind of how I feel about it. I know there's an aspect of all of a sudden it's a 15-play drive. So if you haven't done your cardio, yeah, I can see that. And football cardio is different than, just going and running. You know what I'm saying? Because you got the extra weight on with the pads. So, yeah, there's something that has to be done in camp and preseason. Everybody's got their own philosophy, too. I don't necessarily believe it has to be done in the game.
Right.
But it has to be done at some time. So if you're not going to do the game, you better be practicing really hard. You know what I'm saying? Or go get a couple preseason games in. Get a long drive, and you'll be good to go. You know what I mean?
Is Caden Ellis going to get the Dukes and Bell bump this Sunday?
There's a history here, both in all sports.
Just telling you, bro.
NBA.
I'm just telling you.
You name it, man.
Cats sit in these chairs and they talk to us. All of a sudden, games get elevated.
Okay.
I'm just letting you know.
Come on.
Where Dukes and Bell go, the success flows. If not champagne.
Let's go get another dub.
I got to be here every week then.
No, bro. And that's what some guys have been like, I need another interview. Appreciate you. Good luck this weekend, man. We'll be cheering you guys on, and appreciate you stopping by.
Appreciate y'all. God bless.
Cool. You too, man. Caden Ellis. Falcon fans, I want to talk to you for a second. Bring your Falcons flag from the home opener, all right, with you back this Sunday at Mercedes-Benz Stadium to help the Falcons take on the Packers. We want to create a home field advantage and let them know whose house this is. Whose house? Bring your white flags back to Mercedes-Benz this Sunday. Rise up. A message from the Falcons.
Yeah, we didn't really talk about the fact, this is unfortunately one of those heritage teams, which will bring fans willing to pay and come down and travel. So don't let those cheeseheads, shout you down. Make some noise. They'll be in the building, but come on, guys. I thought it was a fantastic atmosphere. You heard Caden talk about it just there.
All right, bring your white flags back to Mercedes-Benz this Sunday, guys. Coming up, Grant McCauley, as the Braves get back to it, we'll talk to him about what now. It's next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. And John is convinced that there are millions upon millions of people that are going to get the Apple subscription just to see their man Messi play for Inter Miami. Now, if you haven't heard this, okay, and I want to be, the guy to kind of explain this to you. I know he's made a lot of money. As a matter of fact, he's made over $1 billion in his career, okay? And I think it's like he's the highest paid athlete in the world as of 2023, $1.15 billion. But the last thing you expect to see is Messi in a shopping center, shopping for groceries. He was at Publix in Miami, and people recognized him.
Well,
okay?
yeah, sure.
Well, but when you see these pictures, and if you haven't seen them, they're out there. I'll retweet a couple.
Yeah.
He looks like your next-door neighbor. Like you would not have, unless you were absolutely looking him in the face and going, wait a minute, don't I know you? He looks like just a dude walking up and down the aisles.
Okay.
So he's at Publix in Miami. This was yesterday. And there were a few people like, are you Messi? And he's like, yeah. So he posed for a couple of selfies. And one of the guys is like, Lionel Messi, he's really out here shopping at Publix. Yes, and he poops too, guys.
Wait,
I mean,
you know why he went to Publix, though?
No, but the point is, John, these guys are normal guys. They shop. I get it. You expect somebody to be shopping for them. He's like, dude, I'm going to go to the grocery store myself. Why was he at Publix?
Well, because, he said when he landed in Miami, he said, what's the best restaurant in town? They started listening to the five-star places, and they came up with 3 of them. And then they said, it's either that or the sub at Publix. And he goes, I think I'll go to that Publix and try sub.
Well, a young lady, there's also a picture of a young lady, like a preteen, and she's like, I met Messi while shopping at Publix today. And she's laughing, and then there's a goat emoji. But he's a normal dude. Like, I get it.
Yeah, of course he's a normal dude.
He's a normal dude.
He's not a robot.
Well, that's the thing. But people are like freaking out. I can't believe. Yeah, these guys shop and they poop. Okay, I mean it's what it is.
They're just normal people.
But let's talk.
Who happen to have a lot of money.
But let's talk about what we were talking about earlier. It's Dukes and Bell. Mike is out. John Fricky is in. I want to ask you this because I'm adamant about this. I don't think that the pecking order of the MLS changes with Messi added to Inter Miami. Yes, they're going to have more people at their games. Yes. Your whole thing is, how does this affect the streaming? And more importantly, what are we talking about, his compensation? What are we talking about?
Well, the agents that looked at it said it's a generational deal. It's a media rights partnership. He's going to get a shoe deal with Adidas, and he gets like a Michael Jordan kind of cut on that. And then he gets this deal with Apple TV for every new user, not subscriber to Apple TV, but who gets the MLS season pass either on a monthly or annual basis, every new one, from a date certain, maybe today, who signs up, Lionel Messi, for a period of time, so long, I guess, as he's playing, he gets a percentage of that new user. Now, how many people live in Argentina? 40, 45 million?
Okay.
How many of those people are going to get a monthly or annual subscription to the MLS season pass on Apple TV just to watch Lionel Messi play? A lot.
Okay.
Same with Italy, same with a lot of places over in Europe. A lot.
All right, so let me say this. And I'm just talking for the everyday normal guy, which happens to be the people in Argentina and also in Italy, okay? Everybody is not filthy rich. When it comes to me making decisions on whether I'm going to buy in and invest in an app or streaming to see my favorite team, and I'll put it to you like this. Whatever your favorite team is, and you're listening to us right now, and I told you you had to pay $200 every year to watch their games, it changes your mindset.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay? You think about that differently. We don't have to pay to see these Falcons play because they're on network TV and we're watching, and you're going, okay, I get to see my favorite team. If I told you had to pay $200, $400, $500, $600, $700,
there would be a cap at some point at which I'm out.
you're out. But most people think about that.
I'm Shark Tank, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. And so all I'm saying is, for everybody that's a Messi fan, if you haven't already seen him enough to buy in to say, hey, I want to see what he's going to do in the MLS, there will be, you're right, millions of people who will do that. But there are also going to be millions of people who say, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to pay $180 just so I can see games. And by the way, for the scrutiny, for the truth here, most Europeans who would do that don't view the MLS as they view the leagues overseas. So in their minds, not ours, but it's true, he's coming to a lesser league, okay? So he's going to dominate in their minds. He's going to come over here. He's going to do special things. Even at 36, he's still the best player in the world. Do I really want to drop coin to see that every game and buy into this streaming experience? That's what I'm saying. I do agree he's going to move the needle there. I do not think the needle gets moved with MLS as a sport and where it compares to our NFL, college football, NBA, Major League Baseball. I don't think that happens.
No, it just gives him a little bit of, I guess, publicity here in terms of that. I mean, you brought in Rooney, Beckham, now Messi. It's a little bit like what they did with the first soccer league when we brought in, and you had Pele coming in and Beckenbauer and back in the day, all the stars that came over, Georgie Best and all the stars of that era that came over.
How much did they move the needle, though,
They
John?
didn't really move. I mean, Pele did. One team.
In the 70s.
In the 70s.
In the 70s.
The 70s and 80s. Pele came over. The Cosmos moved it. And they would sell out all over the place because it was Pele. But that was the only guy that moved the needle.
404-726-0929.
Messi will do that. Because suddenly they're moving games out of soccer stadiums and into football stadiums.
True.
I mean, he will move the needle for a period of time. And so to that degree that they can get people, their game in front of people who might not otherwise go to an MLS game, it'll be their first soccer game ever. There'll be a lot of people who have never been to a soccer game who go for the event that is Lionel Messi.
Now, here's the other part. We said this. I don't know how long he plays here. And ultimately he moves into ownership position or whatever. But also what happens with this is you want people to stick and stay. The way you do that is you have to have multiple stars. It's why the Premier League is the Premier League, okay? When you have Messi for a couple of years, and let's say Miami goes on a run, they've got Tata, they've got Joseph down there. There's some, okay, they go on a run, and they become a team to watch. That's great. But when it's over, am I out?
You may be, yes. You may be out.
Because there's not multiple stars like there are overseas in the leagues that are considered to be better than the MLS.
Until the U.S. men's national soccer team wins the World Cup, and those guys decide then to become not only national stars, but to play here and play in Major League Soccer.
Yes.
If they win the World Cup and the Pulisic's and the Weahs and all those people, they all come. Obviously some play here now.
You just said something, John. Pulisic is he's the best American player, and he's not even playing in America.
Right.
Why?
Because you can make a lot more money playing overseas in Bundesliga.
That's my point.
And that money, that Messi money, is not going to be there for every player.
No, it's not.
Christian could make that kind of money. He could make $300 million.
In MLS?
No, not in MLS. Overseas.
Not in MLS.
That's what I'm saying. But the best American recognizable player right now on the planet is not even playing here. So, and again, this is not to hate on MLS. We love Atlanta United. We've been down from day one. Mike and I were on this thing from day one. The point is, you got to put it in perspective to how much this is going to change when you have considerably the best player in the world coming over for a couple of seasons. I don't know how long he's going to play.
If you're looking for kind of here's the best way that I think when you talk about Messi, this is the great baseball player going to play over in Japan.
The great American baseball player. Yeah.
This is Falcons Friday.
Falcons Friday on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game is brought to you by Jim Ellis Kia of Kennesaw, where you can expect the best.
In the air, right field, hit well, and this one is up and out.
It's time for Around the Yard with your 2021 World Series champion Atlanta Braves. On Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Oh, we are still celebrating that division championship because we clinched the other night. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Go listen to Eric Young, first base coach.
That was a great interview, man. I always love catching EY, especially talking about the vibe. We asked him about the stuff that was irking the Phillies manager and the thing that makes this team such a loose team, which is so clutch, the vibe they've created.
It's online at Odyssey.com. You can go hear what he said about Ronald Acuna. Grant joins us right now. And Grant, there's still work to do, right? Everybody's like, okay, we can take a deep breath. I don't want to limp into the playoffs. How does Brian Snitker avoid that, knowing that we are already in?
Yeah, I think taking a breath is important, and obviously the Braves are in such a unique position that they didn't have a year ago, where they don't have to go all the way down to the next to last day of the season or whatever it was a year ago to figure out who's going to win this division. So now I really think it's about that balance between being rested and starting to let a little rust show up. And I don't really feel like the Braves are going to fall into that second category because you have a whole bunch of guys that, want to play just about every single day. You've got guys that are going to want to get their work in. And I think as much as anything, it's just kind of mixing and matching, finding ways to maybe get a little bit of rest here or there for a starting pitcher, balance your bullpen just a touch, but also keeping in mind, hey, we could get the best record in baseball, which would mean home field advantage throughout the playoffs. That's the kind of thing I think still gives them something to play for. And as you see with tonight's lineup against Miami, the Braves aren't going to be throwing 2-3 reserves in there on a regular basis. I just can't see that happening until they've got everything sewn up the way they want it to be.
Team is obviously in a great spot. So now just the individual records. We talked about all those things. Obviously, Matt Olson, the sky's the limit. Acuna. We went round and round yesterday with the Bill Plaschke column in L.A. And obviously, he's playing to his home readers, which are Dodger fans. But do you believe that Mookie Betts is gonna have as much traction where Ronald may not win MVP?
Well, I don't believe in anybody writing a column that's just so patently propped up in one direction as to completely ignore the statistics of the other candidate. Because if you want to have an intellectual conversation about the quality of Mookie Betts' season, I'm all for it. I do a 2-hour show on the weekends where I have brought it up time and again, and Mookie Betts is having a great year. And I think that the nuance of the discussion kind of gets lost when you end up with guys like Bill Plaschke who want to say, okay, well, this is the guy who should win it. He's leading in this and this and this, and any other conversation is just a waste of everyone's time. No, you're just creating narrative and leading your flock in the way that you want them to go. And I guess maybe to some extent, you or I or anybody else is that might be of a particular market. Right. But if you really look at both of these candidates, they're both having great years. One of them is going to win the MVP. The other one, the runner-up in this case, I don't think there's too much debate about that, is still going to get some serious recognition for the great year that they have. I just find it amusing, and by amusing I actually mean annoying, that you could look at Acuna's season and say something as silly as, oh, well, he's only stealing bases because they're bigger and the disengagement rule has changed, and not recognize leading Major League Baseball in on-base percentage and runs scored, having a chance to do some of the things that they're propping up Mookie's argument with, like hit 35 or 40 home runs out of the leadoff spot, driving 100 runs out of the leadoff spot. Ronald Acuna Jr. could do those things too. So was Mookie win because he got there 2 weeks prior? I just don't buy it. I do think it's going to be a closer race than maybe people would have imagined. But if you look at the consistency of Ronald Acuna Jr. from opening day, April, May, June, July, August, and September, he has just done it at a level to which he's putting together unprecedented production. So I don't know who's going to win the MVP award. I still feel strongly it's going to be Ronald Acuna Jr., but I don't think anybody should bat an eye at Mookie Betts getting a lot of votes because he deserves them.
Grant McCauley joining us, our Braves insider, covers MLB here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. And as he said, you can listen to him on the weekends. Does a great podcast as well. Grant, I asked you this earlier, and I kind of reassessed it after we won the other night because I'm like, is this Snit's best managerial job since he's been here? And I'm trying to compare, right? When he got the job back in 16 and then becomes the full-time manager in 17, we take off 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. We know we've been in the playoffs. But this year, no Fried for 3 months. No Kyle Wright for 4 months. No Raisel Iglesias for the first month of the season. Marcell Ozuna starts off horrible. Like, all of these decisions that basically he had to make on how you were going to fill the void, Was this his toughest stint?
I think it was one of them. It's hard to, I think, go beyond what they did in their comeback against the New York Mets a year ago, and he didn't win Manager of the Year. Go figure. The guy they beat out won the Manager of the Year for his team, and Buck Showalter. And you know what? Good for them. They can hang on to that forever. But when you look at each one of these division-winning clubs that Brian Snitker has been at the helm of, I do think you start to see a very different roster as it's evolved. But there's something special about the 2018 club that kind of ushered in this window of contention that the Braves are currently in. And there's always going to be something to be said for a comeback like a year ago. So it's hard to say that this is his best job, but I do think it hammers home the consistency that you need to be able to lead the men, the players, the human beings through those kinds of things, because that, as much as anything, I mean, on-field performance, you know, you're going to go out there and have your opportunity to pass or fail in that regard as a player in whatever, you know, application you want, defensively, offensively, on the mound, whatever the case is. But for a manager to be able to maintain a consistency and an even keel and have that be universally accepted by this club, that I think is the true mark of good leadership in this case. You're not always going to call the right reliever out of the bullpen at the right time or roll the dice on this pinch hitter or that guy or play a matchup that's always going to win for you, because baseball just doesn't work that way. But there's a consistency about the kind of winning that the Braves have done, the way that they do it, and the way that they do it together that I think can be tracked back to Brian Snitker and a coaching staff that really ingrains that in them from the day they show up, the first day they show up in spring training.
It is our man Grant McCauley, guys, as the Braves are down in Miami. And as we heard from Eric Young, maybe there was some fun last night. Maybe, just maybe, you know, a chance to blow off some steam. He said they got to get to the ballpark, get the work in. Ronald Washington is still doing what he does, working on those defensive drills. What would, just for argument's sake, Max Fried or Charlie Morton gets you through inning 6? We know Iglesias is number 9. What do you think 7 and 8 is going to look like? Lefty, right of your side, but who's going to be your relievers you're going to be going to in this playoffs?
Well, Pierce Johnson certainly made a case since coming over from Colorado. He's thrown the ball great. I know Joe Jimenez has been a little bit homer-prone this month, but he was on a solid, 2, almost 3-month run of being exactly the reliever the Braves picked him up to be. And, of course, we got A.J. Minter, who I think has been through it all. As Brian Snitker likes to say, he's been through those wars. They're going to lean on him because he is, and I talked to A.J. at length. I'm going to write a nice long article about that this week, as a matter of fact. Just what it has been like to be part of this, going from one of the young guns to being one of the veterans of this staff. So those are the 3 I look at to get you to Raisel Iglesias right there. And as we saw with the night shift a few years ago, or a couple years ago, I should say, it hasn't been that long, but those are the guys that you're going to lean on more so in the postseason, because I think that the days of rest are going to allow you to do that. And you'll be able to do it differently than you've done over the course of 162. But, hey, knowing you've got a veteran like Brad Hand who can come in and do the kind of things he did against the Philadelphia Phillies lineup that was giving the Braves all kinds of fits, that kind of depth is fun. We'll see where Kyle Wright fits into everything. I think Michael Tonkin's been a pretty good piece. So you've got, I think, the bridge to get you to your leverage guys, to get you to your closer. And I think this is the bullpen that is exactly what the numbers have shown it is this season, one of the best in baseball. Not perfect, but one of the best in baseball.
We're still chasing that all-time wins record, right, for the club?
Yeah, the 1998 club has that record, and this 2023 club could get there. I mean, they've got 2 weeks to chip away at it, and that's just one of many records they could go after.
Yeah, a bunch of milestones individually. And by the way, Olsen, I mean, we know he's gonna get the record, by Andrew Jones. But like, is it possible for him to get to 60? Is it possible?
I don't know that I can rule it out. If he wants to go on another consecutive game home run streak, he's got himself on pace, I think, right now for 57 home runs and 142 runs batted in. That second total would also be the most by a Braves hitter since 1900. It would surpass Eddie Matthews' record of 135 set in 1953. Notable because the club had just moved to Milwaukee that year. But Eddie Matthews, a Hall of Famer. Andrew Jones should be a Hall of Famer. And if you look at the list of single-season home run guys that were passed by Matt Olson on his way to 51, a whole bunch of Hall of Famers. Matt's having a heck of a year, and he's going to get some MVP votes. I think we all know that.
Yeah. The thing is, we were talking about this yesterday. I mean, imagine if 1 through 9 had at least 20 home runs. I don't know what the precedent for that is, but I mean, and that would take, obviously, or see some other guys getting hot, but that's amazing in and of itself, Grant.
Yeah, I mean, Michael Harris is, 4 homers away? I believe Orlando Arce is 3 homers shy. Your catchers have combined. I mean, Sean Murphy's over 20, but you throw in what Darno's done, that's another 30-homer hitter Ozzie needs one more homer to get to 30. We all know what's been happening with Ronald Acuna Jr. Where Austin Riley has been, I think, a big contributor to the second half, really getting his season on track to finishing with the kind of numbers we'd expect. We've documented Matt Olson. Marcell Ozuna has a chance, I believe, with 3 more home runs to match his career high. He might get him in Miami because that's just kind of what he did to him way back in May. I'm not going to rule that out. This is a powerful lineup. The double-digit home run guys, there's 10 of them. I think they've got 9 guys with 15 or more. That ties the MLB record. I would have to do some digging, but I don't believe there's been a club with 9 men in the lineup with 20-plus home runs. That truly would be another mark of greatness for this Atlanta lineup. That's the most powerful that I've ever witnessed.
Agreed. Great job. When are you on this week?
I'll be on this week from, I believe, after match on Saturday to 8 p.m., and I'm going to have some great discussion about what the Braves are doing, how they're going to handle the final couple of weeks, and Anthony Castrovents of MLB.com is going to join me to talk about the crazy wild card races because those are very much wide open in the final couple of weeks of the year.
Grant, have a great weekend, and we will talk to you next week, my friend.
Take care, guys.
Grant McCauley, guys. Make sure you check him out. It's Dukes and Bell. We got a lot more to get to. We'll fill you in on the injury update as the Packers get ready to come to town to take on the Falcons. Also, Alabama making a quarterback change. That is the word on the street.
Oh.
Messi in town. Is he going to play? And you're going to hear from Double A. Alex Anthopoulos stopped by Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
That's right, Cha-Cha, on the
earlier
Steakhouse.
today.
Yes, he was.
You'll hear it all coming up in the 6 o'clock hour.
show in Atlanta for your ride home.
You strong? They said, I'm strong if you strong. I said, we strong, nigga.
Brought to you by Finley Roofing. We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Oh, it's Friday. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Appreciate you guys being here, man. There's so much going on. I was just out there talking to Sam Crenshaw. He's got the high school scoreboard show coming up after we get done tonight. Lots of great high school football. Chocolate. And he was like, so much going on in town. You know how he sounds. Yeah. And I was like, yeah, man.
Sam's all business.
He is. And I was like, there's a lot going on. He's like, the kids taking Marta down here and they're going to Music Midtown. So we were talking about parking, and he was like, yeah, it's going to be nuts all over the place this weekend. We got Messi in town, man. We got the Falcons on Sunday. I'm excited for a big weekend. And Georgia and Georgia Tech in action as well.
Right. You got everything from Messi to the Packers to Guns N' Roses all happening this weekend, man. That's why it's a big city. Yeah, man, real quick. 1.5 point spread still hanging there. It swung from 1.5 for Green Bay to 1.5 for us based on the Aaron Jones information. I mean, basically, when we, barring some strange circumstances, we're going to cover that, I think, by 3. Neither of us took the Falcons, though.
No. Falcons are going to win, guys. I feel really confident that the offense is going to be much better. And so, therefore, that is why I'm picking us to win. Again, I don't care if it's by 0.5 point, Mike, which is impossible. But if it's a point, if it's 3 points, great. If you're picking this game against the spread, but I'm just simply telling you from a football perspective, the defense kept us in the game last week. I think they'll do the same this week. Without those weapons on the field, Jordan Love is going to have to do more. He's going to have to be better than he was last week. And so I think that adds some pressure. He didn't turn it over last week. He played really well. And I think I just believe, that Ritter and Drake London are going to be on the same page, and Drake's going to have a better game, and everybody else is going to do what they do. So from that standpoint, I'm not telling you it won't be a close game, but I do think we come out victorious, Mike. And, if that's the case now, you can start to build a little momentum saying, hey, this team is trying to find themselves. I think we have an identity, right? Yeah, last week we saw a little bit of that and coming off of last year's running the football. But, guys, to be great – we are going to have to throw the ball down the field.
Last night it was funny because it was Eagles fans, even at halftime, were about as upset as some Falcon fans were, and they won that game, and we won our game, but it was weird because Jalen Hurts was missing. Hell, A.J. Brown was upset that he wasn't getting the rock, and they just basically looked at the matchups. Brian Flores, who's the D.C., now up in Minnesota, and he was throwing some different looks with the safeties, and I think it was confusing Jalen Hurts. So Sirianni's like, just run it. And who cares? You're 2-0 if you're the Eagles, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I know there's an expectation you want to win with some style points because they were all getting after it. Same thing here. If we're talking about Desmond Ritter, that's why I know I got you mad earlier this summer when I was saying he may be a game manager.
Don't say that.
But you're right. But then if he's a game manager, then the coach and the general manager aren't on the same page because why did you draft these skill position guys? And then not commit to a better delivery system of the football. Now, again, we're not down that. We're not even close to being down that road yet. But all I want early on is to win because the Lions game looks tough now. Jaguars, we always knew was going to be tough. That's a good football team. So I'm not saying it's a must win, but yeah. If you feel you want to split what used to be the first quarter of the season, you got to win this one Sunday.
Especially being at home. That's the other part, right? And we're building a better home field advantage. Bring your white flags, again, back to Mercedes-Benz Stadium from last week, guys.
Not to surrender. There's having to be white flags.
Yeah, and I thought it was rocking, and we got to continue that. Couple of news notes, couple of things going on, and then we're going to let you hear from Bijan and also from Kirby Smart as the Dogs get ready to take on South Carolina. Sophomore Tyler Buckner, Mike, expected to start over Jalen Milroe for Alabama against South Florida on Saturday.
Try to cut you off. Transfer from Notre Dame, who came with the new OC.
Well, and again, this signals a couple of things to me. One, Nick Saban, we know he's not afraid to change quarterbacks, but that whatever's going on with Milroe, they don't feel like is gotten better, okay? From a practice standpoint. You can have a bad game. You come back, are you still making those mistakes? So we'll see. But this could be the start of the end for Milroe, especially if Buckner plays well, or maybe we see both of these guys.
Because he's not going to do what Dabo does with how stubborn he was with DJU when half of Clemson Nation knew that DJU wasn't the dude, so he's going to cut bait. Can't afford to lose any more games. Look, the good news about losing to Texas, it hurts right now.
Who they lose to?
The Texas Longhorns.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But the thing, you were there, you saw it. But the thing is, you still run the table in the West because LSU don't look all that like it's all cracked up to be.
No.
No.
And
they get a test against Miss State. But yeah, Milroe. This is interesting because we brought this up last week. if Milroe was head and shoulders better, they wouldn't have gone to almost Labor Day to decide who their quarterback was.
So
The
Alabama.
rat poison that you put out there this week,
Coach, it's
was
all
yummy.
you. It's all you. You guys are making this change. So they're already making a change, guys. That is news, and we'll see how they look tomorrow. Meanwhile, Mike, Georgia taking on South Carolina. I want you to hear Kirby Smart talk about the fans and having a home field advantage. You don't think they have a problem tomorrow, right?
No. And I heard Steak this morning. Oh, I'm worried about. No, Rattler is.
What was he worried about?
Well, he just thought that for some reason they're not going to get to Rattler. They're going to get to Rattler. Their offense.
Yeah.
Look, if the Carolina, they have 9 sacks in that game. That's UNC. Georgia's got guys. No disrespect to Mac Brown, who's done a great job recruiting, but Kirby's just got better defense. Now we can talk about Bullard being out and some of the who's going to be like quarterbacking the defense, but they still have guys that are going to maul them. And again, maybe it's a little sluggish start. Maybe it's close at halftime, and then Georgia's depth shows out. We heard from Shane Beamer himself earlier this year. They've lost a lot of pieces. They've got injuries. They don't have playmakers necessarily on defense in the D-line. So Carson Beck, I guess the only thing Georgia fans are looking for is running the football. You're going to run the football effectively. I mean, or are you so good in this situation, in this matchup, that you'll still be able to let him drop back 30 times? I don't know. We'll find out.
Yeah, I don't know if you need to.
But I still think they cover the 4 touchdowns. I just think they do.
Here's Kirby talking about the fans showing up.
Got a lot of respect for those guys. I know they tend to have players from our state, and we tend to have players from their state. There's always a really important game when it comes to playing a school that's this close geographically to you. So I know both teams will be up for the game, and should be a great atmosphere, and hope our fans can give us a home field advantage for this game.
And they will. As we like the Dogs tomorrow, Georgia Tech, on the other hand, Mike, at Ole Miss. Number 17 ranked Ole Miss with Lane Kiffin, whose offense is humming right now. Can Georgia Tech keep up tomorrow? That's going to be the big question.
Night game in the Grove.
Yeah,
that's tough. You've been there. I've been there. And, maybe I hope it's not a repeat of the Louisville game. This is the first road test, to your point. Louisville, they were hanging in there, and all of a sudden the stage became too big. And then the playmakers, and look, you got a good delivery system, Jackson Dart. They got super athletic wide receivers. Kiffin's brought those guys in there. This is a tough matchup. That's why that Louisville game could have been so big to win, because there's not a lot of dubs on this schedule.
While we're talking about college football, Deion Sanders today, if you missed it, guys, handed out sunglasses after the comment was made by Colorado State head coach Jay Norville about, taking my glasses off, I take my hat off, and I talk to adults. And Prime basically said, hey, we all going to wear sunglasses. So he handed out sunglasses to his team, which has made a lot of noise. And look, they're asking people to wear sunglasses tomorrow night at Colorado, which is going to be a lot of fun. But all the comments, Mike, basically, this is just extra motivation that is for Coach Prime.
I'm minding my own business, watching some film, trying to get ready, trying to get out here and be the best coach I could be. And I look up and I read some bull junk that Dan said about us. Once again, why would you want to talk about us when we don't talk about nobody? All we do is go out here, work our butts off, and do our job on Saturday. But when they give us ammunition, it was just going to be a good game. They done messed around and made it personal.
The best.
The best. I just don't understand anybody who couldn't hear that and not get a smile on your face. I mean, the visual. Without even seeing the visual, how funny that was. Today, as you mentioned, bringing his own brand of shades out there. Everybody got a pair. Not really sure what Jay Norvell thought he was accomplishing there by poking the bear. I took Colorado. I jumped on it. I thought it was laid out there in front of all of us. So I don't think it's a sucker bet. I think they're going to beat them like a drum.
No, I don't. I think they're the better team. I agree with that. Hey, coming up, you're going to hear from Double A. Alex Anthopoulos stopped by to visit with Steak today. Our general manager, after capturing another division championship or division title, we're looking for a World Series title. But wait till you hear what he says about the team and some of his antics. What does he do during these games, by the way? You'll hear it coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
2000.
It's all about the Braves. They're back in action as well tonight. But Double A, Alex Anthopoulos, our Braves general manager, best in the business. Stop by today on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game to visit with Steak on the Steakhouse, Steak and Sandra. And they asked Double A, how does he deal with his nerves in the postseason?
21 postseason, I got in my car and drove around listening on the radio because I couldn't take it. During the Dodgers series. Oh, yeah. It's a true story.
Crazy.
I used to do it in Toronto when we'd have a save. I'd leave and drive around the ballpark. I just couldn't do it. I can't stomach it. It's, that game in San Diego I think it was the 21 regular season. It was we loaded the bases. Will Smith was on the mound against San Diego. We got out of it. I went and rearranged a closet, and I just couldn't do it.
So
I wasn't going to watch.
I am curious. What is the criteria when Alex Anthopoulos recognizes I have to exit? The heart rate's so high, you just notice you're getting lightheaded. I mean, there's a moment where you said, I'm out, I can't handle it.
Yeah, so I'd say this. Because we have a lead now, I've been able to watch it, because it's like, okay, if we lose today, we're going to be fine. So when, the last few years, every game was life or death, right? We're trying to win the division. We're trying to come back. So when I know that there's that much on the line, and obviously in the postseason, you certainly feel that way. Look, if we're up in a game 10-1, no problem.
Right.
I sit back, relax, and watch. Tight game that if we lose the game, there's major implications. I'm going to have a very, very hard time. So this has been, for the most part, there's been moments, obviously, but I've watched almost all of it.
What's the Anthopoulos family? Do they have similar issues, or are they watching and you're up there piddling around on your sneaker collection? Are they watching?
Oh no, they're good. My wife will say, I can't watch with you. Like, can you go somewhere else? So she just gets like, because she thinks I'm like glass half empty and this and that,
right.
and and look, I'm a fan. I mean, in my own way, I'll complain and I'll yell at the TV and I'll make comments. And she'll be like, I don't want your negative energy around me, So she'll be like, go away.
That is fascinating. That's fascinating. Alex Anthopoulos with us. I was going to ask you the proverbial question, what makes this different from the other, 6 titles? I think you said it. You said it after the game and whatnot. Just the lead's so big. It's been such a kind of a overwhelming run that it probably did feel a little different.
Yeah, and you know what? I think and I talked to Snit about this a lot, we don't get to enjoy things in these positions, right? Because you're constantly thinking about the next game. You're worrying, something's going on. We got to worry so-and-so slider, so-and-so swing, or what are we going to do in the bullpen, or all these things, right? And you never really have a moment to appreciate it. And you think about even the last few years, we're winning the division pretty late, and then we're scrambling. We have to get ready for the next opponent and so on. Yeah, and you celebrate that night, but you have to basically turn the page. I don't think we're going to get complacent at all because we still have a lot to play for. There's home field advantage to play for. There's home field advantage. Obviously, guys are going for awards, but they've been about team the entire time. But I like the fact that we've got 2 weeks to actually enjoy the fact that we won the division. And I know it's not the end-all, be-all, but there's this small moment here with the off day, this and that. Like each year, I collected these hats and everything. You never get to wear a division hat or whatever because, 5 days later, you're in the DS, and you either got eliminated or you got to move forward. And if you did, you're getting a new one. So I think we're getting to enjoy it now, but I know that there's still a home field component in the NL and a home field component for the World Series that we're still playing for.
Alex Anthopoulos with us on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. You construct a team with a vision of what the upside is, obviously, the biggest upside. I have to ask you, though, of all the records, of all the numbers that are going out there, the gaudy numbers, is there a couple of them that even for you are more dramatic, given each one of them? I mean, I don't want to be a long question, but there's Azuna's numbers, which nobody saw coming. Your left fielder and shortstop, obviously your first baseman. I mean, are there some you couldn't even have dreamed of?
I'm trying to think through. It's been incredible, right? And I guess it's probably not answering your question directly, but I think I got asked about this a day ago. Just with the season, there's these great things that for a regular season team we have a chance to accomplish. Total team home runs. We have a chance to have the most ever in the history of the game, which would be awesome. Matt Olson's got a chance to have the home, he's one away, obviously, from breaking Andrew Jones' all-time season home run record, which would be awesome. Strider, obviously, first, he's had the strikeout totals and so on. And we have a chance to get the all-time win total for the Braves. And from my standpoint, that I know that at some point, whether it's me or Snit or anybody, we will not be here, we will not be in these jobs. And you want to look back at your time here that, hey, you were a part of some special things. We had 8 All-Stars. Think of how amazing the Braves have been for so long. They had never had 8 All-Stars before. We got to be a part of that team. We got to be part of the organization when they did something they haven't done before. So from my standpoint, I know that at the end of the day, it's about winning the World Series, and once we get to the postseason, that stuff's going to be all forgotten about. But regardless of what happens, we're going to remember some great things about 2023. Hopefully, it's followed up by a parade. And I think I'm just excited with the fact that we're so close to continuing to do some amazing things that we'll talk about for years to come.
I'll give you one. Came on this show 5 months ago. You think your shortstop be starting when you made that call and you tried to explain it to us? Guy to be starting in the National League All-Star game, the All-Star game for the National League?
Definitely not. But I will say this. We felt good about the defense, felt very good about that. And look, his OPS is in the high 700s. I would have told you, I would have thought his floor should be in the low 7s, 720 or 730, with a chance to be in the mid to high 7s. I wouldn't have said that was a shock if he got a chance to play every day. But look, starting, I think, one, he deserved it, no doubt about it. He's been awesome. He's a fantastic teammate. He's great for the clubhouse. But I do think, and this is not lip service, I think him starting is as much as is a credit to him, because you have to be good enough to start our fan base. The fact that you have all these superstar shortstops with huge contracts that have been multiple, and our fan base showed out and voted him in to be a starter, which he deserved. But that is 100% the power of Braves country, the fan base, the support that we have. And that's what was so exciting, is that there's people that are just living and dying with this team, that love this team, that are supporting us across the board.
All right, we got a minute before buy or sell. Real quick. Kyle Wright, what do you foresee? What do you think of the start?
He was okay. The first few innings were, not as sharp, but I thought he did settle in. So the next time will definitely be a lot more telling. He faced a great team as well, no matter, who's. But look, I think we're going to get him out there as often as we can between now and the end of the year. So, stuff was good, command was off. But I did think he settled in. I'm anxious to see how he looks going forward.
Jesse Chavez.
He had a great outing last night. The first one a few days ago was not that great. Last night he was phenomenal. So I'm anxious to see if he can follow that up, because that would be a huge piece to get back.
You had somebody, Senator, you were asking about?
I don't know how much I can ask you about this, Alex, but I just sit in awe of, especially around the trade deadline. And I'm going to bring up Pierce Johnson, for instance. And I don't know how much you can say or not, but when it comes to him, he's in Colorado, signs a 1-year deal, loses the closer's role. He's got an ERA around 7.5. And then you get him here, and you look like, once again, the genius that you are. How does all that happen?
Well, so he's a guy we definitely wanted. We wanted to get him. We were pretty active. I was calling Colorado quite a bit, and he was a guy that we thought was much better than how he had performed. And stayed on it, finally got the deal done. He met us in Boston. My 11-year-old had never been to Fenway Park and was dying to go. So I was he was spending the summer in Canada. So I went back and got him. We flew in. And I just told him, I said, hey, we got one thing, just because Pierce Johnson had just reported. I wanted to make sure that we met with Pierce. You get a player, and they're always wondering, what's my role going to be, this and that. And we wanted to sit Pierce down and say, look, take your 6 ERA and throw it in the trash. We think you're way better than this. Here's why. Here's some adjustments we think you should make. We sat him down, Sal, Walt. My son was actually in the back of the room just sitting there, because I said, just sit tight here, and then we'll go watch the game and all that. And that, that ballpark, obviously the clubhouse is really small, but we had our group there, our coaches, we had our information and so on. And it wasn't a long meeting, but it was just like, look, you're way better than this. This is how good you are. Here's why. Here's some things we'd like you to do. And we think you should be a really good reliever. Now, did we think he was going to have a 0.5 or 0.8 ERA? Of course not, but definitely felt he could be a really good late inning arm for us that could really spin the ball. So am I surprised that his ERA is as low as it is? Yes, but we expected him to be very good for us.
The thoughts of Alex Anthopoulos with the Steakhouse. And, Mike, you know, he's very forthcoming. He's a guy that, again, when you hear him talk about the things that he does and how he tries to go about his business and building these teams and trusting guys, a lot of this is field, guys. I mean, the numbers, as he said, you throw stuff out of the room. Sometimes it's just about we feel like you are better than this or we think you can do this, and you trust the guys to go ahead and do that. What if they didn't trust Marcell Ozuna this year?
Right. Now, you could argue there was really nowhere to go with Marcell, but some managers would have just benched him. Some guys would have he would have been, not that he ever became a pariah because the guy still had his back despite the off-field
About
stuff.
production.
The guy, but you couldn't trade him. Nobody would take him.
No, but if you're not producing.
Right, but you stayed with him and you wrote it out. And after April, as you and I said, I mean, there's people literally, they would drive him to the airport, but the dude got it in gear. And again, later on, of all things, he actually gives Michael Harris the pep talk when Money Mike is struggling. So this team has really been blessed. You got 1 through 9, no one's debating that. You heard Alex talk about some of the pitching. Now it's just a matter, Carl, of everyone stay healthy, right? And, you keep on trucking, get to 100 wins, whatever. But this is a team which you can't have all these different categories that we're checking all the boxes on and dominating, and it can't not finish with a championship. This team's got, as you heard, it's got to end it with a parade. Got to.
All right, guys, we're going to talk more about our Falcons. We'll give you our final thoughts on the weekend. No last call tonight. We're going to get into some things we need to kind of shore up and finish up as we head towards the weekend. Big weekend, man. It's going to be a fun weekend. Monday, we're back in here. Falcons Monday. Hopefully, Mike, we're talking about another win.
Yeah, man. It just do your job, and we'll talk about the guys who have to step up. I think there was some things certainly we need to improve on. You can say that about almost everybody in the NFL, really. But we got some things that have to happen if we're going to get a win on Sunday.
We're going to talk about it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. It is Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Coming up, by the way, high school scoreboard show. Sam Crenshaw will have you covered all evening long. Coach is out tonight, but he's got some other folks that'll be jumping in, and he's got a bunch of coaches that'll be stopping by the show as well tonight.
My East Coweta Indians are traveling all the way down to Lowndes County. A big road trip for Coach Small and crew after they upset Sandy Creek, amongst other games he'll be keeping you up to speed on. If you are a high school football fan, you got to lock it in tonight right here on 92.9.
All right, let's talk about the Falcons for a second, because, Mike, I was just talking with a guy on social media, and he was saying, last week didn't give him a lot of confidence heading into this week. And I said, well, what didn't you like? And he said, well, I just felt like, offensively, and we know this, right? We've been talking about it all week. We were kind of lackluster. It didn't feel like this was going to be a potent offense. You watch other teams around the league, but I thought a lot of quarterbacks struggled. Mike brought this up last night. Jalen Hurts, he throws a pick, guys. They end up winning. And I don't know if you realize this, but they ran the football. It really wasn't about their passing game last night, Mike. They just out-physicaled the Minnesota Vikings last night. There was a point in that game where they ran it 9 times in a row. Guys, if we get into this game on Sunday and Coach Art figures, hey, we can run the ball, Mike, that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this in the broadcast last night. Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit were talking about it. It's Brian Flores, is the embattled Miami coach, and now he's the DC up there. He was giving some strange looks with the safeties. He was really kind of confusing Jalen Hurts. And because the safeties sometimes the way they were moving, he said, we can run on these guys all day long. So to your point, if we get in a similar type situation where the run is effective, do you guys really care how we get there unless you're Carl Dusinger, Drake London fantasy owner. The idea that, yeah, man, Algier and Bijan can just simply do their thing, Butch and Sundance all game long. The only guy that was upset with it more than the average Eagles fan was A.J. Brown, who eventually got in the face of his quarterback, who diffused the situation by saying, we're all competitors here. Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, style makes the fight. If they're giving you something, take it. But then at some point, if we're continuing to win, somebody's going to say, well, why did we not draft a defensive end or an offensive lineman instead of Drake London since we're not really using him? We're not there yet. Slow your roll on that, boys. But that would eventually become a question if our quarterback continues to be a game manager.
Don't say that.
I know you hate when I say that.
Don't say that. He's going to be better this week. I'm looking for improvement across the board, by the way. And that means O-line.
It's not on him. He can't block for himself.
No. Pass blocking's got to be better. And, again, so as we talk about this game, want to remind you guys, coverage begins here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game at 11, kicks at 1 o'clock. We also have Atlanta United on Saturday. Of course, Falcons play Sunday. Want to mention that. Mike Conti, Jason Longshore, pregame at 4:30, kicks at 5. There's a lot going on this weekend with Messi in town. Mike, I saw a post. I liked it. Joseph Martinez in the hotel, wherever they are. And it's a picture of Atlanta, and he's got his heart emoji, missing Georgia, and at least acknowledging his time here. It should be a fun match tomorrow. There's no doubt.
I was asking Jason and Mike Conti, are they going to give like a tribute? Maybe it'll be just something on the video screen. I don't know if it's going to be like some kid's going to go down and give him a bouquet or something. But I mean, this is because look, for many years he was the most exciting player in MLS. He was an MVP and he's a leading goal scorer and a big cog in the machine that won the MLS Cup. So it'd be kind of cool since it's his first time back to do something, and Tata too, because we love that guy. But I can't wait. I'm looking forward. That's an electric atmosphere. So far, the greatest atmosphere I've seen at Mercedes-Benz. We had it cooking at times against against Carolina. Crowd was into it. That Chelsea-Newcastle match, when Miggy scored, was unbelievable. I think we're going to get an unbelievable buzz. I'm looking forward to it because I think it's going to be a packed house. People are getting their tickets. Now it's only secondary market, so you're paying through the nose if you're going. But I'm looking forward to that atmosphere. And then right back in Mercedes-Benz. And, guys, shout down those Packer fans. It's a heritage team. You know what to expect, Carl. We've seen it before. And I don't begrudge somebody selling his PSL tickets because sometimes that's the only way you can recoup it. But still, this is one of those seasons, guys, I think you want to see all these games because I think it's going to be special.
I told you guys multiple times I'm not a stat person, so I don't care.
Thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate
that.
But
you said it. They got to create a pocket. They've got. If you want the ball to come, unless the ball's going to come out lickety split, a lot of slants and quick hits, wide receiver screens, bubble screens, things like that.
Falcon fans want to remind you while Mike's talking about being at the Benz, bring your Falcon flag from the home opener with you back this Sunday at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Falcons asking to help the Falcons take on the Packers. We want to create a home field advantage, man, and let them know who's the house. Bring your white flags back to Mercedes-Benz this Sunday. Rise up. That's from our Atlanta Falcons. All right, a couple other things, Mike, obviously, and we'll be all over it Monday, Falcon Monday following up. You'll hear the coaches show as well. Georgia, South Carolina. I think Georgia's going to be fine. 2-3 months ago, I was like, okay, this is when the season starts. And I don't even know if I feel that way. I'm not telling you South Carolina doesn't show up. They just don't have enough talent to go up against Georgia and really make this a competitive game. That is where I'm at. I'm not disrespecting what Coach is doing. We love Coach Beamer, but this is kind of where they're at. And so I think, this will be a slow roll, Mike, but at the end of the game, it'll look the way it's supposed to when Georgia finishes things this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, Javon Bullard is out. Looks like it. Certainly, you got other guys, and there's leaders, there's upperclassmen to kind of take over the quarterback role defensively. And I think what you want to see, whether you cover the spread 27.5 or not, you want to see Georgia run the ball. You want to see them really run the ball effectively. But I got to be honest, just when you saw what North Carolina did to Spencer Rattler, and Georgia's defense is all 5-star, it doesn't seem like a long day for those chickens, man.
No, and remember, I mean, Spencer Rattler is dangerous when given time.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to have the time. That's the part. And I know Kirby was talking about it this week.
And we like Shane, but Shane, remember, was it May he was on the show with us? They kind of got hurt in the portal. They lost some defensive pieces, and they had some guys that just were banged up injury-wise. So it's hard to see where the pressure is going to come to get on Carson Beck.
Yeah.
Against that old line. By the way, one last nugget, and our buddy Pat Forty, who writes for, where is he at now? Was it USA Today? I forget where he is. Whatever, SI. Pat was saying, Yeah, Georgia kind of sleptwalked against lesser opponents. Now they're going to get up for a South Carolina team that's probably not up for this game.
No, I think this, from a player standpoint, SEC play is different, and the energy will be different. Hey, our man Sam Crenshaw slid in here. Big night for the Scoreboard Show. Before we get out of here, lots of great high school matchups. Sam, what's going on, man?
A lot of great stuff. Great to see you guys in the house. And, I know you know what the big game in the state is.
Yeah, baby. It's down south.
The folks in your backyard.
It's about an hour and a half south of the Big Peanut.
You know what? You're right. They're way down there. We're talking about East Coweta and the battle of undefeated teams taking on Lowndes tonight. I think it's probably the main event around the state. A lot of other great games, though, are closer. You got Cedar Grove playing Mill Creek. You got Carver Atlanta up at Beaufort tonight. Marist and BT of Marist coming off a big overtime win at Woodward Academy last week is a good one. Westlake and Newton are two undefeated teams as well. Wheeler North Atlanta, game we're going to watch too is undefeated, but I think the East Coweta Lowndes game is so big because East Coweta kind of embarrassed them on GPV statewide last year.
Right.
Just embarrassed Lowndes, and it's going to be interesting to see because those folks down there don't take too kindly to that.
Coach Small's got a lot of overachievers.
It's a tough road trip to go down there, though.
It is.
It's like, when you go down South Georgia, it gets interesting, man. So
only thing tougher be going to Colquitt County.
We're going to be tougher to go to Colquitt. And they're having a great season, too, down there. They're a really good season. Our school days guest is going to be someone who distinguished himself as an Olympian. Adam Nelson, gold medal winning shot put, who, if you remember, got his gold medal in a rather unconventional way.
Right.
He won the silver. The gold medal was awarded to someone who failed the drug test years after.
And my boy did it clean.
And he got his gold medal in the atrium of the airport. He said, "Hey, you bring it with you? Yeah, here's your."
Okay, not necessarily you want to get your gold medal, Carl. You prefer to have the Stars and Stripes flying up high. You're on that number one part.
or at least something at Golden Corral with your family. No plug for Golden Corral. But anyway, tonight we're going to talk with him about his school days. He played football at Lovett.
Okay,
and he is back there as athletic director.
Isn't that great? I always love those stories, man. When guys go back and then get a chance to go back and give back to their communities. Stay tuned, man. The Scoreboard Show is coming up. Sam's got you guys covered and guests along the way all night, right?
Absolutely. It's going to be an entertainment show. And we got Eric Slaughter in the house here, and sitting in for Coach.
Right.
You got heavy shoes to fill, man. You feeling it for Coach?
Oh, man, I'm going to do best I can, but I'm going to miss being on the sidelines. That's my thing. I know whatever school I'm not at tonight, they're going to miss not having Eric Slaughter giving them that love, interviewing those players, and going to the concession stand. You owe me a meal. You owe me a meal.
I got to be honest, Sexual Chocolate, I would rebrand this as Sexual Chocolate Slaughterhouse tonight on the radio. I think that's got a nice ring to it.
Wow, let me write that down.
I got to tell you something,
I feel a little Randy Watson-like.
Sexual Chocolate Slaughterhouse coming through your airwaves, baby.
Eric is right. When you go to high school football games and the concession stand, it takes you back to being in high school.
Yeah.
It takes you back. And there's something cool about that. All right, guys, stay tuned for that. Chris, let's get out of here and clear our throat.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Hey, thanks to all of our guests today that stopped by. You heard Mike Wall, former Packers offensive lineman, Caden Ellis as well. Gonzalo Pineda, good luck tomorrow as Atlanta United is back in action. Also, today, you got a chance to hear from Grant McCauley and Double A, Alex Anthopoulos, who was on the Steakhouse. Go check out all those interviews, guys. They're online at Odyssey.com. If you want to check them out, they are there for you. Day, know you weren't here today, man, but always appreciate you. Chris, double duty, great job. And also, big shout out, Bo, who's normally around today, was not around, but all these guys this week, man. It's been a busy week. Appreciate you guys and the work you guys do. Monday, Mike and I are back, 2 o'clock. We talking about a dub? I think we are. What else are we talking about? Make sure you're here to find out. Mike Bell, it's Friday, man. Let's get out of here. Clear your throat.
Hey, man, what's made Nick Saban so successful over the years, Carl? He adapted, right? He would bellyache about, these up-tempo offenses aren't safe. And then he goes and gets one, right? I don't like this transfer portal, this early signing period. He masters all of it. But you know what he didn't master this year is the quarterback position. They're going to Buckner. They're bringing the kid from Notre Dame up, and Milroe wasn't the dude. And we knew something was up, Carl, when they didn't name the quarterback so late in the preseason. So some of our listeners said a few weeks ago, what if it is the end for Alabama? Dabo doesn't use the transfer portal. He never replaced some of the elite coaches at Clemson. Sometimes you got to roll with the punches, and maybe those two programs that have dominated the last decade aren't up to speed, man.
I guarantee he'll be better, and they'll be better. And I'm talking about the offense for the Falcons. Listen, Drake London, watch him this weekend. Watch what happens with our wide receivers. Trust me on this.
All right.
Hey, if you love the show,
you tell your friends.
If you don't,
you got a game manager.
Coach, how are you, sir?
Well, Pee Wee, I've been wanting to talk to you all week.
Now, your game.